Welcome. This is a meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Buena Vista, Colorado. It's April 22nd, 2025. We'll begin this evening with a work session for learning about things that the Recreation Department would like us to know, and also the town treasurer. So which of you is starting?
Shane, take away.
Hey, Shane, please tell us.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Board of Trustees. I don't have any real prepared material, but so I figured, just kind of, you guys see my reports on a monthly basis, but just kind of wanted to go over, a fairly high level overview of what's going on and, just have a conversation. If there's any topic I bring up, feel free to interrupt, ask a question. My kind of rough plan was to go over some projects, give you guys a heads up of a few things that'll be coming your way fairly soon, and then talk a little bit about like our partnerships with our other departments and our working relationships. So just running through our projects, our biggest project, possibly the rec department has ever undertaken, is Billy Cordova Memorial Park. It's definitely the most expensive project, but coming along, getting close to the finish line. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but there's still a lot of work to be done. We're right now we have our certificate of occupancy for the bathrooms, but still need a few other sign-offs before that can officially be opened. We're looking good for our playground, and the main thing to be done still at the park is the landscaping. We had sod scheduled for, I believe it was scheduled for next week. We were talking with our contractors last week, and they thought it was more towards the end of May, which would delay our plans, which we have we are hoping that our substantial completion stays at the date we have set now, which is May 2nd, with final completion 2 weeks later on May 14th. Once we get the final completion sign off, then the construction fence can go down. People can start using the park. We still have one more community build day to plant all the flowers, construct the labyrinth, and work on the trail, put deer fencing around the trees, the few things that we committed throughout kind of in the GoCo process. The community would contribute to the park, and then hopefully hold the grand opening celebration a few weeks after. But if we don't get sod in next week, that just delays everything else. We definitely think the most important piece is just getting that construction fence down so people can start utilizing it. So we'll be meeting up with our contractors tomorrow to try to make sure that really happens. Next project we've had going on is the improvements down in the river park. The boathouse concrete is all poured, and we're looking pretty good on that project from a budget side of things as well. We budgeted $60,000 for that project, and right now I'm anticipating spending about $40,000. So potentially having $20,000 for various things that come up throughout the year, and if any of our other projects need a little bit of additional funding, or just new things that come up, or things we didn't quite get into the budget this year. But obviously coming back to you all if that's where it lands in the purchasing policy, which Philip will probably talk about later. Yeah. Maybe. Also down in the river park, we also have the river park improvement projects that are tied to our OEDIT grant, which is the replacing of the decking on the Whipple Bridge, the boathouse bathroom improvements, the boat ramp improvements, and the rock and roll trail upgrades. So we're we're moving along through our grant process, have some meetings coming up in the next couple of weeks. Hopefully we can get under contract to finally get those grant funds that we've been waiting on since January 2023 when we were actually awarded. And then we'll be able to get complete the projects this fall is what we're looking at for those. The plus side is, that's when, we won't have the improvements done this year, but we won't be disrupting service by making those upgrades in the fall when things aren't quite as busy as they are in the summer. And the deadline for OEdit to spend those funds is March 2026. So that's kind of our deadline on those projects, but still thinking we can get those done for this year. One project that wasn't on our list at the start of this year, but has come up is the 5K trail at Chicago Ranch. That is staked, should be flagged out there. Earl and I are just about ready to put together an RFP to get some proposals from contractors to construct those trails using the funds that TriView has committed in our agreement with them. And we're looking at a kind of a 2-loop 5K trail where it's a kind of like an inner loop and an outer loop, kind of like a figure 8. And you'd run the inner loop, which would be 1 mile, and then the outer loop, which would be 2 miles to get you to 3.1 for a 5K. And just depending on cost, we might go with natural surface trails where you're just kind of clearing the weeds out, hacking it down, and going with what's there, or going with the trail spec you'll see in the development handbook that is on the agenda later, and going 8 feet wide with 6 inches of road base in the designs, or it might even be a combination of the two. Maybe the 1 mile loop that'll get more traffic will be road base, and the outer loop will be more natural. Really, it'll just come down to cost. The rodeo grounds electrical upgrades project is just about ready to go. Norm has been taking the lead with Gary Barthouse, and those improvements are on track to be completed before the rodeo here in June. Similarly with pickleball court drainage grates, those are set to be installed here in the next few weeks, and finally fix that safety issue that we've had there for a few years, that the original court contractor didn't quite solve that issue when they constructed the courts, unfortunately. We were planning on going for UACOG mini grants for both of those projects, but unfortunately UACOG, with what is going on, kind of their changes that they've had recently, they will not be opening their mini grant program for the immediate future. So we're tackling those projects with budgeted funds, but both those projects came in under what we had planned in the budget. So
so they're not doing mini grants? I don't even know this.
They said they want to wrap up the mini grants they've already granted before they start accepting new applications.
And that's for this year, you mean?
Yeah.
So it'll probably come back again. Next year. Well, I guess
maybe even later this year, but
well, they just, you probably heard what happened.
Was there more changes?
Well, Max left. And is working for Brittany Pedersen, and now Nate Paul, who was like the economic guy.
He was who I was working with.
Yeah, he's the guy in charge now.
Gotcha. So
sense why they want to wrap everything up before they go into another.
Yeah, they're still trying to figure out their finances.
That's fair.
Yeah, so it's a second interim director, and I think they're hiring another finance director, and missing a few people over there at the moment, it seems like.
Yeah.
But it sounds like that's not going to have a tremendous impact, just a missed opportunity at the moment.
Yeah, it would have been great to stretch our budgeted funds a little bit, but One other project we have on the docket for later this year, the softball field parking lot kind of improvements and expansion. We might go in if the mini grants are available this fall. We might go in for that project. Just kind of shift our grant plan around. The Pocket Wave 2.0 upgrades are looking good. We've been working with our contractor. We have our final drawings, and we should have a contract to come to you all for approval here pretty soon with our contractor for the amount that we have in the budget. Still on track for that work to begin mid-August, but it'll just all depend on the river flow, which might be a good thing to hang on to some of those extra boathouse funds. Maybe if the water is just a little too high, maybe some of those funds could be used towards the dewatering, clearing the area out so they can do the construction work to still get done in our construction window, and try to get it all done in the August 15th to October 1 window that CPW gives us to be in the water.
Shane, who designed the Pocket Wave?
That is Recreation Engineering and Planning, Mike Harvey and his team.
Will they be on site to do construction oversight while it's happening?
Yes. Yep. Our trails rehab and expansion planning project, which was kind of a combination of a couple of different projects. It's county or town's contribution to the county trails plan, as well as working with a group of engineering students from Colorado State. And they will help us this year work on the riparian zone, get a plan for that upstream of Feature 1, north of the Whipple Bridge, and also do some work on the Rock and Roll Trail. And we also have the Southwest Conservation Corps lined up through a grant we received last year to create a connector trail. The Rock and Roll Trail now kind of just goes down by the river and just ends. We're going to loop it back up towards the Walton Loop to actually have a little bit of connectivity down there instead of just a down and back trail. And also using some of those OEDIT funds, that trail is also washing away into the river a little bit. So definitely need some upgrades.
The Southwest Conservation Corps, are those AmeriCorps people or not?
I don't
I think AmeriCorps people have all been sent home.
Yeah, this is Southwest Conservation Corps had their office in Salida, and it's really just like trail crews. So I think I know they've mentioned that their schedule got disrupted a little bit. They might not have as big of a team as they've had in the past, but because we have the funds, they'll still complete our project. I think it was just a little later than
it's better start than usual. We get them for 2 weeks, and the kids are like 15 to 20, 7 kids with 2 crew leads.
Cool.
Yeah.
And then the last project that we had lined up for this year is our Parks, Rec Trails, and Open Space Master Plan. So with the extra funds we received from the HAVA grant and the funds we received from the DOLA administrative grant, we should have the funding we need to complete our master plan. We'll also start beginning to put together a request for proposals for outside consultant to come in and conduct all of that work. But the master plan, our plan for the plan is to evaluate all of our old existing plans, consolidate them, and get a plan kind of to oversee all of the areas for the next 10 years or so. We have a trails master plan from 2015. We have a rec facilities master plan from 2019. There's a rec master plan from 2016. Just kind of using this as the opportunity to update all of those with the help of a professional consultant. And yeah, get us a good roadmap for the next 10 years or so. We are just kind of staging wise, we are planning to, we wanted the comp plan to be fairly well wrapped up before we started the next plan for town. So that's really all we're kind of waiting for at the moment there. One thing based on our survey and conversations with the rec board that we'll definitely be evaluating with our master plan is a potential funding mechanism for parks, trails, recreation, and open space. Whether that be some kind of new tax or some other sort of funding mechanism. We definitely realize that town budget last year and going forward might be a little bit tighter, but recreation is definitely a priority in our community. We had great support for pursuing additional funding in the survey that we conducted in the fall. So just trying to figure out what that would be and how to go to the taxpayers to try to get a dedicated fund for parks, recreation, trails, and open space projects. Any questions on any of those projects?
That's a lot of projects and having no prepared notes, right? No, you did great.
Thank you.
Questions for Shane?
I do have a question about the Chicago Ranch 5K trail.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed in the rec board minutes that the recreation board was talking about social trails since it's not going to be connected.
Yep.
Is that something that you're planning on? Like what's the long-term plan for that?
We that wasn't in kind of our original purview, that we kind of just fell into the opportunity to get this trail created. It wasn't on our list of projects at the beginning of the year. But that it was Laura Turk who brought that up, and that she made a great point. If you create a social trail at the rodeo grounds, that trail is there and you can't really get them back. So that wasn't in what we were originally thinking, but we're definitely going to put some focus on that. There are some decent options, but it's just how do you connect it all? And, it's a maze of roads and trails and all that kind of stuff out at the rodeo grounds anyway. So kind of shoring that up and making a few good paths to the trail is definitely going to be part of the project.
So we're looking at connecting it now.
Yep.
That's great. That's really, it was such a big survey response.
Yeah.
That people really wanted to see those trails connected. Mm-hmm. So I think it's good that since we're building a new trail, we're connecting it in. I think that's a good priority shift.
Yeah. And there's the road that goes out by the UAS drone park, and our start for the 5K is going to be just up the hill for that. So, if we connect into that road, then we just got to figure out how do we connect, the neighborhood to that road, right, and the Greg Drive trail to that road.
I'm just glad that we're doing it with that intention in mind to connect them all. That's
for sure.
Yeah.
And that was a great use of an advisory board.
Yep. Absolutely.
Because we were not thinking about that.
A follow-up question on that, on the trail surface, you mentioned either natural surface or road base. How will you guys make that decision?
Mostly cost.
Are there any non-monetary considerations?
Not at the moment, but we also haven't, put it out to bid or talk to trail builders yet.
I think just one caution is road-based product is typically either a reservoir or a good incubator for Canada thistle and other invasive species. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of times when you see fresh road base, a season later, it's growing all kind of invasives. Mm-hmm. And so it seems like if you're on the fence there, pack down natural surface
Especially in that
Especially with our
environment, yeah,
concerns out there.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's a solid point.
So anyway, just, yeah, please put that in the hopper in the grand scheme of things to think about.
Yeah, we definitely will. And the Rodeo Grounds Chicago Ranch Master Plan that was completed a few years ago has a lot of those trails spelled out and calls for it calls for paved trails, soft surface and natural surface. So, there's a possibility for anything, but
For sure. I think there's there's a lot of well-founded concern with respect to how we're going to deal with invasive species out there.
yeah, for sure.
So just,
Yep.
first to no harm.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for your comments. Anybody else? Thank you, Shane.
Great. I mean, I had a little bit more, if you guys don't mind, got about
Keep going.
You okay with that,
Phil's
Phil?
good all the time.
Yeah.
Sounds like you have a lot of time on your hands.
Just a heads up, and Annie and I were here a few meetings ago, talking about the special event sign permits, and so that we're looking on probably this fall, bringing that to you all as an ordinance to get that officially adopted and into the special events code, because right now there really isn't any code that dictates special event signage. Similarly, we've ran into an issue lately with event vendors and just some confusion over who needs a business license and who doesn't need a business license based on a Colorado state bill that was passed a few years ago. We had a meeting with Jeff and Brian and Paula, and we kind of all decided the best route forward was kind of get away from talking about business licenses and things like that, and talking about more like vendor permits. Vendors are coming in and selling goods on town property at these events. So we're kind of going to transition what is now special event business licenses to event vendor permits. So Jeff is currently writing that up as an ordinance and hopefully have that back to you all at the next meeting.
Do you feel like you need that temporary sign thing before this summer, or is it already too late to implement that?
We're kind of, operating as we have been, we're other than limiting the number of locations, it's kind of the same process we've been following. And so the event organizers are kind of used to that and expect that. It's just kind of a paperwork, actually writing it down and getting it in the code. Mm-hmm. So we won't really be changing any operations. So, we should get it in the code sooner rather than later, but just with the capacity and, getting really close to the event season, we're kind of looking to that more as an off-season project.
Yeah, because you've already approved a bunch of people and you don't want to have to go back and be like, hey, you need to also do this.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, our plan to start fresh with the next round of events next year.
Yeah. Have you been telling events that this is coming, or are you planning on it? I guess probably because there's debriefs built in, right?
Yep. Yeah. Annie has a debrief with all the special event organizers, and we can definitely let them know that that's coming. But really, it's just solidifying in code the process we're already doing. So
right.
They'll just have code to reference instead of a paper that says, hey, turn in a sign permit.
Right. Cool.
And the last thing I had real quick was just talking about our working relationships and partnerships with the other departments. We are just the recreation department, which is fairly unique in most town structures. A lot of people are parks. A lot of towns do have park and recreation departments, but we do work very closely with the parks department, in the planning department and the finance department and the admin department. So, not the typical structure, but it works. But we have a lot of collaboration. So just kind of wanted to talk through a few things like what falls under the rec umbrella and what is not like under the rec umbrella. So as the recreation department, we handle all the special event permitting. We handle all the rentals of the parks and indoor, or really just parks and community center. Airport handles their own rentals, but those are both one-time and long-term rentals. We obviously have all of our recreational programs. We schedule all of the events that happen on the town ball fields, including like middle school baseball right now is practicing on the youth baseball field. And we schedule that with the school district and have an MOU with them. We secure a lot of the project funding and do a lot of grant writing. We do project execution, but we also share project execution. For example, the boathouse concrete deck is a great example of, that was Earl and I and Sean and Chris, kind of all giving input on the design and the plan. And then, finding the contractors to do the work. And then, right now the finishing touches with the railings, we ordered them and Parks is putting them in. So we kind of combo the project execution. We also only run recreational sports and we do not run competitive sports. That is kind of where we draw the line. If people are talking about, taking teams to tournaments and things like that, we can support them, in reasonable ways, like maybe let them borrow equipment or, working with them to secure some field space. But, our goal is, our department motto is stay happy, stay healthy. It's not go win, your baseball tournament. So that's when we kind of pass them along to the more serious organizations. And then we also handle facility setup. We set up like this room each week. And then real quick, a few things that are not rec, irrigation, facility maintenance to a degree, trash, bathrooms, the other part of project execution. It's we don't mow the grass, but we play on it. So it's, the ball fields in the summer are definitely a good example. Parks mows those once a week. But we prepare them, we hire a seasonal employee to drag the field, chalk the field, get them ready for games each week. So
how would you describe what will happen with Billy Cordova Park?
So that was, we've had conversations with Chris and Parks and Sean all along the way. And so, once it opens, it will kind of act like any other park. It will be kind of Parks will be doing the daily maintenance and cleaning the bathrooms, dumping the trash. Fixing the irrigation, all that good stuff. Any other questions?
Is this a good stopping point for Philip to jump in? Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Shane. All right, so I did throw a lot of information at you all, sorry. Didn't realize the packet would be as long as it is tonight when I did that. So anyway, I'm gonna quickly go through my section. I packed quite a bit in here, so I'm gonna hit some highlights. Stop me at any time. If you have any follow-up questions, we can also talk maybe later tonight or a follow-up meeting as well. But I wanted to give you a little bit of a recap of 2024, looking at how the year ended. For that, talk about what we're looking at in terms of new or revised policies for finance. For you to consider possible adoption at a future regular meeting. And then as that translates into a situation we have with the airport fund that will need some amount of action at some point this year to address what's going on there. So jumping in, looking at a recap from a budget standpoint, We obviously have more funds than this, but these are the major funds: general fund, airport fund, and water fund. Nothing too alarming here. I think we wrapped up the year about as I expected when we were looking at our sales taxes coming in flatter and dipping a few months during the year. We knew our revenues were being, we weren't seeing the growth that we had seen the previous 5 years or so. We did have interest jump in that definitely helped cover that gap we saw on the sales tax side. And then overall for the general fund, we wrapped up with a net reduction of fund balance of 30,000. That's because we moved the remaining ARPA funds that were being held in the general fund over to the capital fund. So really, we finished a better than budget in terms of revenues and expenses for the general fund. Airport fund, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. They've got major grant projects going on right now, so timing of expenses and reimbursed revenues are skewed the final numbers for 2024. So you'll see there that they had a net decrease to fund balance of $222,000. And then in water fund, obviously major project there with water treatment plant and infiltration gallery. So you can see there that project carried over into 2025. So the timing of expenses and revenues, we actually ended with an increase to fund balance of $700,000 there. So that's a look at the budget. Just some observations from revenues and expenses. As I mentioned, we've talked about sales taxes quite a bit. Our investments are paying higher than what we had budgeted for, so that's a good news. That's helped us quite a bit. Our airport fuel sales, we definitely had a down year in 2024 in terms of fuel sales. That contributed to the airport fund balance decrease as well. We had quite a bit of development fees come in on the water fund that drove up the fund balance. And that's one of the reasons we're buying down our upper arc water a little bit faster in the 2025 budget. So things that we've talked about in passing, but just to summarize what we're seeing. And then in general, it shouldn't be a surprise that the growth in terms of our costs, starting in 24 and into 2025, are outpacing the growth of our revenues. So we budgeted as such in 2025. Yes, Andrew.
On your second budget, higher interest income from investments exceeded budget. What's your crystal ball with respect to interest rates and interest income in the near future? Is it?
We budgeted for it to come down from 24. So we were conservative from that standpoint. So we were seeing 5s, 5.5 for most of our cash investments. We budgeted about 3 in 2025. It's at 4 to 4.5 right now. So we're exceeding our interest income so far this year. But I would imagine as the federal thing goes round and around and around, I would imagine that we'll see interest rates continue to push down. Banks are eager to push down, and I think there was an initial 5 to 4, but then it's settled because of everything else that's going on.
So basically, the two trends, the sales tax revenue increase is probably not what it was, and the interest income is also not increasing as fast.
Right, the growth rate, yeah, it's not growing, but it is. We budget conservatively for it, so budget-wise, we're in pretty good shape. Okay, moving forward. Shane hit on several of these that fall into his area. I wanted to just give you a financial snapshot of where we're at on some of our major projects that were started or primarily worked on in 24, but that have carried over into 2025. And you can see some substantial dollars there. That can be a bit of a challenge as we're budgeting over the course of multiple years for these projects that carry over. Nothing really major to call out here other than you'll notice that we're receiving quite a bit of revenue for these specific projects, which is the great news, the grants and loans that we obtained for these. So that's the positive note. I think Shane, especially in the rec department and the water departments, are eager to be wrapping up some of these major ones in 2025 so that we have kind of a fresh start in 2026. You'll also notice I did split out the Midland apartments from the Carbonate Street Child Care Facility, so you can see that gets blended together a lot in conversation and in our budget, but I wanted you to see the difference between where those two are at and where they're going on the dollar side for that. And the numbers for 2025 for the child care facility do include the federal money that is pending right now, still pending on the environmental clearance. So we're hoping and assuming we get that. That's what these numbers reflect if we do eventually get that money. If we don't, it'll be another conversation. Looking at our projected fund balances now that we've finished up 24 and what we've seen through first quarter, you'll see, with the exception of the airport, all of our funds have a very healthy fund balance, especially general fund. You'll see there that unrestricted is now inching up closer to 3 million. I'll come back to that in a minute. Water fund's healthy. So this chart to me is positive news with a little bit of work to do on the airport fund. Any questions so far as I breeze through? Okay. Looking forward, I don't think I have anything else to add to this except I do want to say that reemphasize that we're in for a bit of a lift for the 2026 budget. To call out that our expenses are continuing to increase, especially with insurance and staffing expenses. Some of that's intentional as we've made sure that our pay plan is competitive, but a lot of those things are going to be out of our control. External factors such as insurance and things like that. So we'll get to budget when we later this summer, but just kind of a look ahead of what's on our minds from a staff perspective.
Sorry, Philip, before you move on from that, I have
Yeah.
just one question on the last one. The recommendation that we carefully consider funding core services prior to consider additional funding.
Yeah.
When we get to that point, it would help me, like if you could look back at like prior year budgets, to years past where there's really not, where none of us have any baggage associated with that budget, and just say, okay, for example, back in 2022, this is the type of decision that could have been made, so that we're not, so that we have, because when I read that, I think, oh, that's great. Well, what are some examples?
Yeah, I can definitely highlight examples
of just what we might have done differently in the past.
Yeah,
absolutely. Not suggesting prescriptively what we do different this year, just to get our wheels turning on.
And I'll give you hypothetical examples too of things that could come up, but we're coming out of a time of, we had extra dollars through ARPA, extra dollars through grants that we no longer have access to. And so putting money towards childcare centers and housing and these things, great while we had it, great while we went and got it, but the mindset, we have to be careful to look at those core services. That's all it is. So, but I'm happy to share past year.
Example. In the past, we were flush enough to do this.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Happy to do that. Thank you. Okay, shifting gears. All right, policies. So we have had a finance policy in place for, I'll say 5 years now. At least there was a refresh about 5 years ago. It's a pretty long document, single spaced, hard to read, hard to digest. And so looking at this and knowing that we're trying to do more with our investments, we're trying to look at our reserves. We're taking a fresh approach to our finance policies. And so the things that I've put in with the work session and that I would bring back to you at an upcoming meeting is the overarching finance policies document that is a way more concise, simple statement, broken into about 10 categories that falls under the finance umbrella. Okay, so that covers things like how do we budget, how do we how do we do capital planning, how do we do our investments, what our financial reserves are, things like that. So it touches on everything. And then we have sub-policy documents that hit the main, really important, I think, really important areas like what should our reserves be? What's the basis for that? What is our investment policies? What boundaries do we have around how we invest public money? And then also procurement, which I'm not bringing forward a change at this time, but our procurement policy is another one that's been in place for a long time. But so that's the concept. So I just put a few sub bullets here to explain, like, here's the thing, here's the point, or what I would, if you have time to look at these draft documents, what I want you to see. So finance policies, simplified overarching statements. Our financial reserve policy would be, it's a new policy. We've had adopted about 10 years ago what our general fund emergency reserve should be. Verbally, we did that. The board did it, I think, by resolution, but we don't have a document that explains that, right? So the reserve policy explains the basis for that, but it goes beyond the general fund. So it's looking at our enterprise funds as well. So water and airport, those are businesses in essence. And so they should have some basis for a reserve, right? So in the document that's drafted, there's a 3-month of operating expenses as a minimum reserve for those funds. The other thing I want to call out in the reserve policy for you to think about between now and, let's say, a month from now is our general fund. We've been holding 27% as a town emergency fund, plus the 3% for Tabor. That's a requirement. So roughly 30%. That's about 3.6 months of operating expenses. Brian and I feel like that could be bumped up a little bit if the board would like to. That it's a percentage base, so the dollar amount goes up as our budget and our expenses go up. But I think the kind of things that we face, everything's just more expensive in general. And so, perhaps instead of about a 3.6 months, maybe that gets closer to a 6-month number. So just something to think about. Certainly, this is your policy to set. So I will be looking for input on this. I don't have to take it tonight. If you have it, great. But something to think about, and we'll talk about it in a meeting. Investment policy, it's pretty straightforward stuff, but we do have statutory restrictions on how we can invest our money. Like I can't go for the sure thing that I know about at the racetrack. We're pretty limited to bonds, CDs, interest-bearing accounts, things like that. So pretty boring, but I think it's important to put that in writing so we all understand where that can be put. So if you start to see like, hey, why does this look more like a stock portfolio? You can call it out and say, I don't think that makes much sense. So that's what the investment policy is. Capital improvement plan, that's the one it's the earliest draft. We've had a basis for capital budgeting for a long time. This is just calling it out more specifically. Brian and I want to spend more time on that one. Now it's not as pressing as the others, in my opinion, but I wanted to put it in there to demonstrate that's another core policy that we want to get in place. I will pause there. Any questions, comments on the policies? Does it make sense why we're talking about it? I'm going to keep pushing forward with that kind of stuff.
I appreciate the update of the draft too.
Yeah.
It's easy to read.
Good.
It's not 10 pages of single line, what am I reading?
Yep.
So that's really helpful. Thank you.
You bet. When I'm not reading the finance policy on a regular basis, then it's a sign that something needs to change, right? So, Okay. Moving forward. Airport. Okay. So you've seen now that we have a negative fund balance in the airport fund. This has been happening for the last, I would say, 3 years or so. It hasn't thrown me off to the point of like, oh, we've got a, emergency, we've got to do something about this. Mainly that's because we have a pretty healthy overall fund balance across our funds. So I wanted to watch it and see how the trends post-COVID progressed and let our airport team kind of grasp and be challenged with how do they rectify this. And but now we're to the point where with a reserve policy potentially going in place and with some actions that have been taken by the airport team, I think it's right to discuss, okay, here's where we're at. Here's what we can do in addition to moving money over to balance it and establish an appropriate reserve for the fund. But quite a bit of analysis has gone into this. I can bring you back more detail. Myself, Chandra, and Jack have dug deep to kind of figure out, okay, what's been happening. The following slide shows you a way more detailed look at balance sheet kind of statement in addition to margin on fuel sales. And you can see after COVID hit, a very different picture of what happened to our fuel, what happened to testing, things like that. And so revenues have tightened. In simple terms, revenues have tightened while expenses have gone up. That's how you get to a negative fund balance. But we wanted to go deeper into, okay, what are the trends? What's changed that's driving that so that we can get back to a more balanced annual budget for them. So just a few highlights from that. Clearly, when the price of fuel spiked, the demand of fuel went down quite a bit. The margin got squeezed majorly in 2021, especially in 22. So that happened. We've properly staffed the airport over the last 5 years. We haven't had a lot of wildfire or wildland ops. Yes, we did have one last year. That one really wasn't that big. It was great for our airport to serve a role in that. But compare that to what we saw in 2018, that was a much different experience.
And that's definitely a good news, bad news.
It is. I hate to say
It was a small
fire to make money, but it's true. When we have that and our airport can serve a role in that, that is money into our airport. So I think testing is a way more positive statement. Although I know it does create some side effects in terms of noise, but we also have seen a decline in testing, and you can look at the kind of the global or what the U.S. is doing from a military standpoint. We're no longer in Afghanistan the way we were, right? This was more of an Afghanistan testing situation for that, and so we have seen that decline as well.
Just quick feedback just from the Airport Advisory Board. I think two things. I don't know the specifics of it, but I understand that they've got a different arrangement for fuel. Like the past few years, there was somebody like a middleman.
Yep.
Who's no longer in it.
So that's under my,
Yes.
right.
So there's something actually positive there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there has been some talk about what kind of activity do you replace at the airport? And so growing into like encouraging a bit more of like disaster response training.
Yep.
Could offset some of the previous training activities that occurred there. So I think there seems to be a relatively good grand picture.
Yes.
How we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think between the advisory board and the staff over there, they're aggressively trying to find other sources of revenue, including our fee schedule for things out there too. So
I've been really impressed with their level of diligence and attention to it.
Yeah, agree. They're very responsive to the financial situation over there.
You wrote about how reviewing annual support level from Chaffey County, and that's around 52,000. Why do they contribute, and do you mean by review as in have them give us more money?
Yes.
Right.
Without saying it on the slide, yes. So that's a great question. So historically, the county has contributed to the BV Airport and the Salida Airport financially. The origin of that, I'm not 100% sure, other than those were major expenses within the county. They recognized that for the municipalities to carry that completely is a big task. So I think that was a big contributor to that. I will say the county puts way more money into the Salida Airport. I respect our counterparts at the county, and this used to be 25,000. Last year, we went to them and said, hey, you need to bump this up, right? Salida's 100 plus. They match what Salida puts into the Salida Airport. Now they co-manage that airport together.
Oh, that's why.
Yep. So their arrangement is different than BV's, but I would argue that this is a generator for the county as well as the town.
Yeah, if you ask what's the best airport or the premier airport in the county, it's our airport.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there
Absolutely.
So why are they dumping money into Salida?
but there were there Decker fire operations out of here?
That 2018 or 19?
18 was the Western Pass. I think 2020, 2021 was the Decker fire. Not much out of here. No. So I think that's a lever at our trustee commissioner level that I think could be looked at.
I'd be interested to learn more about what their relationship is with the Salida Airport and why it's a 50 match.
Yep. Because that amount, even if that went up to 100, that's a big deal for our airport. That's a big change. That swings their budget quite a bit. So it's important. I think that's a low hanging fruit. This is how far staff could take it. Right? The next step could be commissioner discussion on that. So all that said, just real quick, we did contract with Avfuel, which was kind of a contract fuel provider from 21 to last fall, end of last summer. And as we look closer at that, we believe the numbers supported, they're really eating into our margin more so than originally assumed when we went into that agreement. We thought it was going to bring more business. I think since we've canceled that, we no longer have them eating into our margin, and we're not seeing a difference in traffic from that. So I think that will have an impact that we will see. But at a smaller scale, I don't think it's going to change a lot. So we'll talk about this at a future meeting. I know we need to wrap up here, but I do propose that we look at an additional transfer this summer to bring that fund balance back up to where it should be, and that would be in the 320,000 range to balance it to zero and then bring it up to 3 months operating expenses. Okay, and that would come out of our general fund unrestricted fund balance that we looked at earlier. That's sitting roughly $3 million. So
it sounds like this is could be a whole other conversation just about this. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't think I was aware that they were in the negative. It's good to know.
Yeah. That's what I have.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking all that in.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, you guys.
So would you like for us to look through these policies?
If you don't mind, I think I'll work with Brian on the agenda. I think we'll look at maybe the second meeting in May, bringing back policy drafts for your consideration. Again, I would ask the reserve policy and be thinking about the general fund reserve, emergency reserve amount, the investment policy, and what I miss?
Airport? Think
about the airport and then I guess just the overarching finance policy document. That one's pretty straightforward, but those would be the ones, and we'll bring them back to you
The transfer to the airport fund that you're proposing, would you want to do that this year or, okay,
I would.
before the budget?
I would like to do it before the budget. I would also like to do it in line with whatever the reserve policy ends up being, so that we adopt a policy and then we follow it. Right.
We're like, except for this, that we're not doing.
I would like to do it ahead of budget so that we also have a clear picture of 2026, right? As well, so we don't have to remember, oh yeah, we have that extra transfer to deal with.
Yeah.
All right.
When will we find out about, I don't know if this is your wheelhouse, but we talked about how the airport needs to rebuild their fuel tank. When will we know about that? Because I remember hearing that that's either not a ton of money or a whole lot of money.
You gotta schedule that. He's gotta schedule an inspection. So you gotta do an inspection when there's as little amount of fuel in there as possible. So it's getting the qualified person to come get in that tank and do the inspection. And I think that's just been a scheduling challenge for him, but
Right.
you won't.
Because you have to have an empty tank.
More or less. And-
It would be like my day off.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Not going in that tank.
Right.
But I think we'll know more once that inspection's done.
Because that'll be a huge ticket item.
That will either be a big sigh of relief or a big. Crap.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Philip.
Philip. So do we want a break or keep going?
Yeah.
Break?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's reconvene as close. Unfortunately, Brian was called out to a family emergency, but I think things are going okay. But we're glad to have Philip. So tonight I have a proclamation of Historic Preservation Month. Whereas the National Trust for Historic Preservation established this celebration in 1973 to promote historic places, instill community pride, encourage heritage tourism, and illustrate the social and economic benefits of historic preservation. And whereas the Buena Vista Historic Preservation Commission, established in 2016, is a group of 9 town trustee-appointed members who focus on ways to protect, promote, and advocate for the town's history and the places that make Buena Vista special. And whereas the Historic Preservation Commission has proved successful, earning 3 competitive grants to complete studies of a total of 75 historic properties, detailing their architecture, history, and eligibility to the national or state registers and as local landmarks. And whereas the Historic Preservation Commission has written detailed and professional architectural design guidelines for East Main Street, an important document to facilitate sensitive changes to the historic heart of our community. And whereas the Board of Trustees not only approved mandatory Historic Preservation Commission review of all alterations and new construction on East Main Street, but also adopted key proponents such as size, scale, materials, and setback into the Unified Development Code for development on this historic street. And now therefore, I, Libby Fay, heir of the town of Buena Vista, do proclaim May 2025 as Buena Vista Historic Preservation Month and call upon the people of Buena Vista to join their fellow citizens in Colorado and across the United States in recognizing and participating in this special observation, including the local coloring contest for children aged birth to 8 that focuses on Main Street through the years. And I see many members of the commission here tonight. Would you mind standing for a minute? Sure. Great, it's good to have you all and all your hard work.
Thank you.
Trustees, you have before you an agenda for tonight's meeting. Are there any changes that you'd like to see in the agenda? So hearing none, I'd like a motion to adopt the agenda.
Make a motion to adopt the agenda.
A second.
Okay, so we have Rosenauer and Hike. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the agenda is adopted. And then we have the consent agenda, which has reports from various departments and minutes of meetings. Also included is a resolution of the Board of Trustees for the town of Buena Vista, Colorado, appointing Dave Coasley as a voting member of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And that's a particularly demanding commission to be on. Joining in. Now we come to the part of our meeting.
Do we need to do adopt?
Oh, yeah. Well,
I have
you have a
a
motion?
comment about,
We have-
I have a comment about it. I don't know, I was just a little, I don't know if it's annoyed or it feels weird that the housing authority member has kind of just gone through without our approval, and granted they need the majority, but I felt like it would be good to have a say in that. But I guess we don't, and that it didn't come out until after our last
Yeah.
meeting. So I think, I don't know, I guess that's under Brian's report, but I would hope that the housing authority would have a better understanding of when our meetings are. Do we usually have the housing authority
Yeah, we will.
the election? Like, do they come and present to us when they are running? I thought they did.
Yeah, this was an at-large appointment.
Okay,
And so it was approved by Salida and the county. So that gave enough that it was 2 out of 3 entities. And I think I had followed up on getting it into our schedule.
okay.
So, but that appointment's very good.
Yeah, in the future, I'd like to be able to meet these people.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe have a voice.
Yeah.
I think I just kind of second Devin. It seems like in some cases our oversight is more perfunctory than substantive.
Mhm. Okay, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to
Second.
adopt.
So we have Rowe and Rosenauer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion passes and the consent agenda is adopted. Now back to the question of public comment. Many of you might be here in regard to either the boulders or Cedar Street. And neither of those is a public hearing. So if you would like to speak, I would invite you to speak now at public comment. Since we will not be reopening comments, during those particular agenda items. So is there anyone that didn't sign who would like to?
If people are here to support or have a position on the Montessori program, will they be able to speak during that item or should they speak now?
Speak now.
That one is not a public hearing.
Now.
So now. So the only public hearings are liquor licenses, item public, business items A and B, 2 different liquor licenses. And the other, and there's a public hearing about the development and infrastructure manual.
So now,
And then,
not you. The presentation will still happen, but public comment.
but
Melissa.
anybody who'd like to speak, I would invite them to do so now, but did you sign?
I did sign in.
Okay, perfect.
I'm Megan Blake, and I'm just here in support of the Montessori school moving forward in negotiations. We have been designated a childcare desert here in Chaffey County, and it is desperate need. I have a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old, as you've seen, and our daughter is in the Montessori school currently, and it has been a gift to her and her confidence and her education, and could not be more supportive of the town also supporting this school and more childcare here.
Thank you. Susie, would you like to speak? You're the first one on the list.
Now let Joe speak first and then I'll speak later.
All right.
I talk too long.
Yeah, 3 minutes is our limit.
I can't just do.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joe Reese, address 16115, County Road 306. I'm a member of the Historic Preservation Commission, which I love. I wanted to talk about a letter that was recently submitted to the town administrator, specifically Marika, and it's concerning an event that we're working towards for June 12th of 2026. And this is going to be concentric around historic preservation. And we wanted to let the trustees know about this. And this event is going to be organized by a collaboration between BV Heritage, the Historic Preservation Commission, and Colorado Preservation Incorporated, who is sponsoring and funding this event. We're expecting at least 100 visitors and possibly their spouses and families to come here for historical preservation purposes. This is a first for our town. We would appreciate the trustees' support. This will shed light on the core of our town's history and heritage in a way that has never been done before. This will also bring awareness to our local residents to potentially inspire historic preservation. This event will bring economic benefits to the local businesses and encourage repeat visits to our area for a purpose that is sometimes overlooked. We are hoping that the BV Heritage will be able to receive additional donations from these additional visitors. Many of the events include existing and ongoing events that have already been hosted by BV Heritage. Some of those events include the musical concerts at Turner Farm and presentations at the museum, like the Madden Show, the walking tours, usually done by Miss Susie Kelly, and also visiting the depot and things like that. We're hoping to encourage a field trip out to St. Elmo and doing some presentations in the St. McGinnis Gym and talking about the restoration of that project, window restoration, and things that we have accomplished through historic preservation in our community to shine a light on us and help other historical preservation groups from throughout the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Susie?
Oh, I'm just supporting what she said, and it doesn't cost you, the town, anything. This is gonna bring people in who will stay here a couple of nights and see things. So it's a plus for the town, but we want you to know about it because you might get some information from the Colorado people that are coming in. So that's all. We're really excited to have them all come and see all our projects, like the courthouse and the depot and the McGinnis Gym. So
Thank you, Susie. Nancy, did you want to speak?
yeah, just a minute.
Right.
My name is Nancy Locke. I live at 314 Cedar Street here in Buena Vista, and I just want to let you all know that we are having coffee with the commissioners, with the HPC commissioners on Wednesdays mornings for the month of May for the Historic Preservation Month, and that's going to be at the grocery, from 8 to 11. 8 to 11. So we'd love to have any of you come and visit with us and talk with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, how about Alex? Trying to keep these a little bit organized, but it's going to be about the preschool.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Caney. I'm a full-time resident, the mom of a toddler. I'm here in support today for the Shining Mountains Montessori School expansion. I have a 1.5-year-old at home and one on the way. And as we all know, childcare is a desperate need in our town. Allowing this expansion would enable more parents that work like myself to be able to send their kids to high quality childcare. We've been on the wait list since long before my first kiddo was born, and I'm really hopeful that maybe our second kid can take advantage of this expansion. So I urge you all to consider their proposal tonight. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Kristen.
Hi, I'm Kristen Krasnow. My address is 103 River Run Court. I brought a little street side map to hand out to you guys just so you can see what I'm talking about. And it'll be a lot quicker that way, I think. You want to pass them around. This is about the parking, 602 Cedar Street parking in lieu of parking. That's on the agenda. I'll wait till it kind of gets there. The red is where right now I believe you cannot park on these streets. And then the highlighted yellow is where the applicant wants to build. So my biggest concern is the parking. The applicant states in section 1, line 3, that there will not be substantial impact to the adjacent properties or the zoning district because it aligns with the surrounding development pattern. This I just feel is really inaccurate. If you look on here, I don't have one, so I'll grab one. There's just not a lot of parking because all of that, everything that's highlighted in red is actually pull-in parking for all these apartments already. So this is where you're pulling in and you have a parking spot. So therefore there's no street parking there. You cannot park in front of that. And so that just leaves very limited space. I own the property behind the yellow highlighted, so on Belden Street. And you can park in front of our place, that's street side parking. And you can park in front of the place that they want to build, as well as all this entire road down to the community center. But other than that, I don't see how town would allow them to have 14 on street sites. Is it 14 or 12? Does anyone know? I think it's either asking to have you guys offer them up in lieu of in lieu of, I think 2 houses they want to put for local housing, and I love the idea, the whole concept. I think is great. We need long-term housing. I know that. I am a property manager. I rent out 6 long-term rentals to locals, and my rent. My lowest rent is $600. My highest is $1,600. My average is $850. That's what I charge. So I feel like I'm doing, and I'm right next door. When I have a lease, I ask that they don't have multiple cars. I say, hey, I would love to rent to you, but could you guys can you have 1 car? Because there's no parking. And so I already know this. I've owned this place for 20 years. I love this idea. I don't want to bash it. I don't want to bang it down. I would love to see a building next door to me that is long-term housing. I really would, way more than what's there now, which is storage units. So I'm for it, but I'm not for the parking idea. I feel like it needs to be revamped. This is the first day I was notified of this. I was like, whoa, my husband who's going to speak, we didn't get a notice in the mail about it. So I spent half of my day trying to wrap my head around it and even try to come up with some positive solutions. But really, they just need more parking. So when I built my 4-plex, we already had a 4-plex. When I built another 4-plex, town asked me to put 5 5 on site, off of my alley, on my property for parking. I have 8 units. I had to put 5 parking spots in. They only have to have 7 out of 21. So, I mean.
Time to wrap up, I think.
It's 14 units.
It's 14. How many people?
It could be one.
Okay, I swore there was something in here that I read about.
It requires 1.5 parking spaces per unit. That's it.
Yeah, let's.
Chris,
Anyway.
talk outside if you want.
Yeah, anyway, so
So we
that's
need
my,
to go to the next speaker.
yeah,
Who could be Mark?
yeah, could be Mark, okay. Anyway, thank you. I mean, again, I'm not against it. I just.
Thank you, Kristen.
Hi, Mark Krasno, 103 River Island Court. My wife Kristen, like she said, we own that building. It would have been, I think, appropriate to notify the adjacent property owners. You would see a lot more here. I get that it's not the full site plan review, but I can't imagine any aspect of this project besides parking that has more of an impact on the property owners. And like Kristen pointed out, there's just no parking now. The parking is at the max. We have a zoning regulation for a reason. And it seems that the number of parking in fee in lieu of parking spaces that they're trying to move to the street just isn't gonna work. I also hope that there's a plan to manage the water runoff. Like Kristen said, you know, when we built something right behind there, had to put in a quite large retention pond for our addition. Yep, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Dave Dolph. Just give your name and address for the record.
It's Dave Dolph. My address is 125 South Belden, apartment 1D. I've lived there for 4 years. I rent that from October to May for the last 4 years. I also lease a unit 16 storage unit at 602 Belden. So I'm here to also talk about the parking. But before I do, I want to acknowledge owners can sell, developers can develop. As long as it's within the regulations of zoning, then I'll have to lump with it and figure out my conference calls and my phone calls during construction. But I do want to encourage, and I'm excited for that property to get developed into something more useful, even though I have a storage unit there and it's going to inconvenience me. We need housing badly in this town. So I would like to encourage you to apply zoning to create a development that has the best benefit for the community. Prioritize and maximize affordable housing and workforce housing, and prioritize public safety. We're talking about elementary school students. They come first. All our other needs, desires, and aspirations come second. So I would like to invite you all to visit the corner of Belden and Cedar during school pickup and drop off. There are about 100 cars that visit, and there's a lot of jockeying for parking. Although this is an exuberant time and it's great punctuation for my day, it is incredibly dense, and occasionally there's conflict. I have experienced vehicle damage from having to park on the street. My truck has been to the body shop recently, and my motorbike gets bumped and scratched and occasionally knocked over. This is just part of it. But compare the block. I'd also like to ask you to compare the block of Cedar between Belden and Court to the block of Belden between Cedar and Bolt. Very similar housing, multifamily housing, and the dense Katrina cottages on both streets. One has on-street parking, one does not. If you make a comparison of the two, you'll see a big difference in density and perceived congestion. So this is an area with a lot of kids, a lot of bikes, a lot of dogs, cats. So it's already an incredibly dense area that is significantly impacted by limited parking. So density and population growth are inevitable in this town, and I call on the board to create the best situation possible for the community and to mitigate any congestion that would be a result of development. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dave. So now there's one more speaker, but I think that you may intend to speak during the liquor license public hearing. Is that right? Okay, so you will not speaking right now. Okay, great. Thank you all. We appreciate it. Oh, you've got somebody on.
No one's online.
Okay.
With a question or comment. You're good.
Great. We really do appreciate people taking the time to come and give us their views, you know, whether it's a hot topic like this or something less, you know, obscure. But anyway, thank you for coming. We also received one letter recently that didn't make it into the packet, just encouraging us to go with electric preferred. It's a discussion we had recently, and we will have it again at our next meeting. So if people are interested in that, they can come then. Okay, so we have a liquor license public hearing for La Serena. So we'd like to have the town staff report first on this.
That'd be me, Mayor.
Oh, good, okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Right.
All right. It's my first time presenting an item at a trustee meeting, so I'm sorry. On March 6, 2025, owners Kevin Wenger and Ann Wenger applied for a hotel and restaurant liquor license for La Serena, located at 413 East Main. This is the former location of the Buena Viking and involves a food truck on site. The appropriate fees have been paid, and this evening's public hearing was noticed in the Chaffey County Times on April 10th and posted on the property on April 6th. Background checks were submitted for both Wingers, and satisfactory results were received from CBI and FBI. Proof of possession of the premises has been provided, and a needs and desires petition of the neighborhood was circulated and included with the application. Town staff and Chaffey County specialist, consumer protection specialist, Stephanie Nelson, have approved this application. Staff is requesting that the board either approve with amendments or deny the application for hotel, restaurant, and restaurant liquor license for La Serena. Applicant Evan Wenger is here to answer questions.
Would you like to speak to us about what your plan is there?
Sure. We're essentially doing the same thing that we did with the food truck. So we've taken over the corner of the building that was we've used before for the liquor license. The eventual plan is to actually remodel that interior. Right now, we'll be selling kind of out of the window of that space. But the eventual plan is to actually remodel that space, make it an inside sit-down area, and then we can extend the season of that truck. You know, we've always kind of thought of it is a food truck, but it's much more a restaurant. That truck doesn't move. It probably never will. But yeah, we're looking to do just kind of a quesadilla nacho taco truck, a very simple bar to start with this next season, including a remodel and then kind of revamping the area so actually guests can come inside when the weather gets a little colder, still be operating the truck and kind of just give the town of BV another food option, you know, create another spot. You know, Mike Thurman has done a great job with the Orpheum and he's continuing to do a great job with the Orpheum. We're happy to be a part of it with Mike. He's really giving the love that building needs, and he built that patio specifically for that food truck and to create kind of a cool environment back there. We had it with the Buena Viking, and we'd like to kind of turn it into something else, as crazy as that sounds to think. But yes, turn it into something else, create some more opportunities for some other families and with employment. And yeah, that's really our plan.
So, the liquor is all within the building, is that
The
right?
liquor is, yeah, within the building. We have the licensing that we're looking for is about half of that property. Mike kind of has his own property for spillover if he has events up in the Orpheum, so those people can have their own side of the patio, but yes, it'll kind of have the same footprint that the one of Viking had. So the liquor will be sold out. No liquor will come out of the truck. It'll come out of the building in the corner of the Orpheum, the south.
Yeah.
East corner of the Orpheum there.
Okay.
And it would stay in the patio.
It stays in the patio. Yeah, we'll have it very defined. We'll have all the signage up just like we used to have.
For the,
Yeah, no alcohol beyond this point, all that kind of stuff. Correct.
Will the customers recognize that, that you have also the Viking, and the Viking can get very crowded, and they might want to come and sit over at the La Serena?
I mean, I guess that's always a possibility. I think in
You'd have to be-
summertime, we know every kind of restaurant is bursting at the seams, so.
But you'd have to be sure that they knew they couldn't carry their beverage.
Yeah, there's no crossover. Absolutely, yeah. There's no getting a drink at the Viking and walking over there. That's not an option at all.
Okay, yeah, that would be important to us.
Yeah. We'll have strict signage all over the property and make it very clear that you are not, once you leave, you know, like we did before, we have those no alcohol beyond this point. We'll have those kind of signs all around our property. Probably even some dividers between where we split the patio with Mike Thurman. We'll have a very, you know, last year or the years previous, we had a rope line kind of defining that space and kind of giving people clear entrances and exits. So it's not just kind of a free for all in the alley.
Questions from the trustees? Okay. All right, now I would like to open public comment. If anybody in our audience would like to say anything. Okay, close the public comment. Does town staff have anything else that they would like to add? No? Okay, then we will close the public hearing and open it for board discussion. Does anyone have anything else they'd like to ask or say?
Everything is pretty straightforward and exactly what you think it would be. So I'd make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have Rowe and Sturm. All in favor of approving the liquor license?
Can I comment?
Oh, yeah, please, yeah.
I had something that I kind of wanted to discuss with staff interaction. We're getting so many liquor licenses down on Main and vendor trucks. Are we interfering with the brick and mortar? Do we need to take some stuff to the, do we have a limit on the number of food trucks you can have on East Main? And it would be a conversation with other businesses. I'm not knocking you. I think this is a great idea. But so every business can make a profit, and we're not as busy as we were. We definitely had visitors coming here. We definitely have the need to feed them and take care of them. And like I said, this is a great idea, but is there a point when we need to spread it out a little so people can, everybody can make a profit?
Yeah, I can see,
Yeah.
I think that's a good point, but, I've worked in the service industry for years on Main Street and, I can tell you firsthand that it's insane and that there's any way to alleviate a little bit is also helpful. And there's plenty of people in town to go around. And you notice it that people are excited for those options to be able to hit each place as they go. So I don't see it as like this, anything like this would be taking
I
away.
think that we can get too congested down there.
I see where you're coming from. I do see a potential impact for businesses that are on the highway, because if everything is on Main Street, like Devin, I've worked service industry in a few different spots around town. If it's all along Main Street, then what happens to the highway corridor? So I can definitely see the concern. And I think it definitely warrants a larger conversation for planning and what we look at for food trucks, for year round, for brick and mortar, and how we can ensure that in the summer, there is no shortage of people. But what about year round, right? How do we make sure that year round, all of the businesses are able to stay open? Because the local population shrinks.
Yeah, and things like this, I would assume, Evan, that this would be a shorter season, correct? Similar to your food trucks?
It will. It's definitely gonna, the long-term goal is to try and make it more of a longer season. I think we know just in the last 10 years of running, restaurants that the shoulder seasons are growing, exponentially, actually. So like last fall was a great example of that. We had great weather pretty much until November, and we saw those crowds every weekend. What we're seeing at the Viking is we can't serve everybody. On the big days that we were having, we were seeing 800 to 1,000 guests walk through the doors. I see your point because I've now been on both sides of it for sure. I also think it's a matter of giving the town more options and giving the people who live here more options. I think we kind of live in a little bit of a food desert here, we've all lived here long enough to know, like, okay, we've only got so many restaurants here, so to bring something else new and fresh into the town, and it's going to be harder for a food truck to survive in the winter, as we all know. I think it's adding something, more than it's taking away. If we really look at how many food trucks are on East Main Street, right now, it's really us and the Olive, that property right next to Lobax. I think those are the only two food trucks where there's kind of actually much more out on the highway. But yeah, I think that's part of it. We want, I think a lot of people think of Main Street as the highway, and then they come to town and realize, oh no, this is Main Street here. So whatever we can do to make that more vibrant and livelier and a fun place to be. But for us, we're looking to ease some of that pressure. And I know some of the other restaurants feel the same, in the sense of, we don't want people waiting 45 minutes to have lunch to sit at the table. That's also not a good look. People are coming to town and kind of like, they can't even go have lunch anywhere. I know locals stay away in July. That's just kind of how it is. But yeah, I think this has much more pluses than minuses. And in the winter, it's, the town is growing. We wouldn't have built the Buena Viking if we didn't think that we'd have more year-round people. We just made it through our first winter and we saw it. You could see those quiet days in February, and those are going to be there no matter what. So I think that's also just it's a responsibility of the business owner to create something that makes you want to go out and get it, especially in the winter. That's kind of capitalism as its finest. We gotta do a good job if people are going to show up. So that's our plan. But I completely understand that concern. I think we are in a unique spot where we have such a massive overflow in the summer, and then our numbers really dwindle to the core people who live here in the winter. And, our idea is to, have a much more limited time of being open as far as that food truck goes, but just to offer something else, and drive more people downtown in the winter. We've all seen more deer on Main Street than humans sometimes.
Thank you.
Changing.
Thanks for talking about that.
Yeah.
And for bringing it up, Cindy.
Okay. So now we're ready to vote.
Yeah.
Yes, we are ready to vote. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Okay, now we have another liquor license hearing for Thai 101 LLC. So first we begin with Mr. Barkowski.
So the timing of the application was similar, and so were all the marks along the way. So on March 3rd, owner Samyang Fox applied for a hotel and restaurant liquor license for Kawa located at 421 East Main. This is the former location of House Rock Kitchen. Once again, appropriate fees are paid. Tonight's hearing was posted in the Times and on the property on April 10th and April 6th. Background checks with CBI and FBI came back satisfactory for Ms. Fox. Proof of possession of the premises has been provided, as has a needs and desires petition. Town staff and county staff have approved this application. So staff is requesting that the board either approve the amendments or deny the application for hotel and restaurant liquor license for Kawa Restaurant. Applicant Samyang Fox is here to answer questions.
Hi, my name is Samyang Fox. I own the restaurant and bar since 2008 from St. Louis, Missouri. And then my family came to visit Colorado every year. So we decided to move here, and I saw every restaurant and bar in Missouri. And when I came to Buena Vista, and we fell in love with this town, and the House Rock is the only restaurant that I always go to visit every time when I come to Buena Vista. And then one day I saw that it is available, and and look at the building, everything, and I saw that it's got abandoned, like nobody is running it, and I felt so bad. Like I'm like, I want it to be busy again and bring something new to the town. So we are selling ramen and Thai food. And from my experience in St. Louis, Missouri, our Thai food got a lot of awards. So I want people here in this town get to try my food. And then the previous owner, House Rock, already have the liquor license. So I thought it's gonna be very, very good for the customer, because many times they come into the restaurant and they ask about the sake and some wine, some beer, Thai beer, and I want to promote our culture and the drink and the beer to all the tourists and the people in the town. Yes, and the bar, everything still stay the same. It's a small bar at the corner, and the storage is in the back, so it's only the bartender can get an access to that. Yes.
So your application is for a transfer, I mean, it's for a new license.
Yes, new license.
Yeah, okay. Now, did you bring anybody else with you that you'd like to have speak?
My husband.
Yeah?
I mean, I think what she said is fine. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, we came here, many times, and we always enjoyed that restaurant. When she found out it was available, we were kind of shocked and blown away. And, the idea of adding sushi, Thai, ramen seemed appealing to, a lot of people. Other restaurants that we've opened in Colorado, closer to where, Denver area. But this, this is such a lovely area, and, it seemed like a good opportunity and add something new. And
yeah,
I can attest from over 20 years, her food is really good.
Okay.
Yeah, and my kids love my food. Every time they go some other place, and my kids, your food is much better. I got the tester at home. This approved or this not approved?
Trustees, do you have questions?
I think the only thing I have is what Chief Morgan mentioned is to clarify the map. And that, it shows that that the liquor line would go into the office and the restroom, which he thinks would not be allowed, and I agree. And also, I was curious, you said that the storage is in the back. So wouldn't that be included in the boundaries of some sort? How would the
She means directly behind.
Behind the
there's a
bar.
Refrigerator area that's.
Yes.
I know previously House Rock used the refrigerator outside in the back parking lot
Oh, no.
for storage.
Right, I
Is-
saw that.
Is that,
It's not working.
oh yeah, well, sounds about right. I used to work there, so if that's being included in the in liquor storage, I would assume that would have to be included in the map. So I would want it to be, the map be approved and amended by.
Yeah, do we know whether the chief has approved a change in the map? Because he was clearly saying that he was not happy about the restroom being included in the area where one could have liquor. Do we know anything about?
I think he voiced concern, but I mean, as far as updating the premises goes, we could pursue that to the state afterward if there's true concern with town.
So we could have a condition to,
Yeah, we can conditionally approve to clarify the site map and have Chief Morgan, I don't know, look it over, is that what you say?
well, sign off on it.
Sign off on it, that's what I mean.
Yeah, because his comments definitely
Yeah.
say he's not happy with it. Okay, other questions for staff or for the proprietress? Okay, so do you want to state that as a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Mayor, public comment.
Oh.
Public comment, you're right.
Okay, sorry. Is there anyone who would like to speak in the public? Is there anyone online? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll close the public comment then. And,
Would that be a conditional approval?
yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, so I would make a motion to conditionally approve the liquor license with a clarified site map and have Chief Morgan sign off on it.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have Rowe and Hike. And you understand? Okay,
Yes.
you understand the issue?
The site about the map of the restaurant.
Right.
She's concerned that you don't want alcohol in the bathroom?
Right.
We don't have it though. I mean, it's just the bar area and,
It's the hallway that leads to the two bathrooms.
right,
So-
just the bar area that we're gonna store the alcohol.
No, are you concerned about us putting alcohol in the bathroom or customers taking? alcohol?
A customer, the idea being that if a minor, a young person was in the bathroom, it would be possible for somebody to carry their drink in there and give it to the minor because they're not in sight of, the rest of the staff from the restaurant.
Okay.
And so it would be a crime to be giving a drink to a minor.
Sure, yeah.
So we're trying to we don't want to set up a situation where that becomes easy for people to do.
So you basically want like a sign saying no alcohol passed into the hallway leading into the bathrooms?
Well, it's mostly a question of the map that you submitted with your application. A map of the restaurant itself, because you have a dark line that is supposed to be the areas where alcohol is permitted and the bathroom is
It's
not
shown
marked
in
out
that,
from that.
yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a really easy fix if you just take the bold, dark line and exclude the restroom and the office. with that bold dark line.
Yeah,
So it's just updating
it's
the
just a line.
Okay, is that something that you want, that we would do, or would you call
So that would be, yeah, the deputy town clerk will help you and
Okay, we'll do whatever you guys.
Chief Morgan will sign off on it.
We weren't planning on the bathrooms being a high drinking area.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Chief Morgan did approve it.
With concern, yeah.
Do you plan on storing things, alcohol in the back refrigerator ever, if it gets fixed?
The alcohol will be in the area directly behind the bar.
Okay, because if you plan on doing that in the future, then it'll need to be included in that.
Now, the refrigerator is broken, and it costs a lot to fix it, and the electric, so I'm not using it. And inside the restaurant is enough, because we have the vendor come in twice a week to deliver the food. Yes.
Awesome.
Another comment that the police chief had is that he wanted to be sure that all the servers were TIPS certified. You know what that is, TIPS certified?
To be trained and pass the test.
In terms of what?
Selling liquor.
Serving liquor, yeah.
Serving liquor.
So that you don't overserve people.
Right.
So that they go out and.
Right, underage.
Yeah, it's a program and a class.
Okay, yes, I can do that.
Good. All right, so are we ready to vote?
Do we have a second?
Yeah. Hike, right? You were the second.
Yeah.
I was the second.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
great. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion passes, and you should get with Ed to redraw the map. And great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we are going to have a discussion about the Shining Mountain Montessori School's proposal for our child care building.
I missed it at the beginning, but is Brian on the computer or is he gone?
Brian is with his family. He's not gone. He's not here.
It's his computer though, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. Or
It's mine.
that's your name on the Zoom. And on Zoom.
Is Brian on?
Ryan's on.
Maybe he is on.
Oh, he is on. He's watching us?
Yep.
Oh.
He's judging me. It doesn't.
Nice.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Petty. I'm the executive director at Shining Mountains Montessori. I want to share, we have part of our team, but a lot of the individuals that have been part of our expansion planning. So we're all here kind of as a united front to help answer and present where we are. So if you guys want to introduce yourselves.
My name is Kirsten Gamond. I'm the director of the Montessori School. Lisa Lamb,
Our founder.
founder
of the school.
Founder and current toddler expansion director.
And I'm Patrick Marizuko, and I'm a parent and a board member.
So we're here this evening after lots of planning and review and lots of time as we're working on expansion efforts with the school. We utilized an expansion consultant to assist us in this process because obviously there are a lot of different pieces that we wanted to consider. And as we were looking at how to take on this childcare desert that we have in our county, we wanted to be really planful and successful in how we implement it. So that is where we came up with our proposal terms for operation of the Carbonate Street Early Childhood Center. So our consultant actually reviewed through many different aspects of what expansion could look like for our center within the community. So that included interviews with current families, with community members who are interested in needing current or future care for their families. They also have a lot of experience within the early childhood space and with other centers that are running successfully under different models. So for example, like with a sliding scale or other tuition models. All of these different elements went in over multiple months, many different meetings, including our board. And this is where we have ended up with our summary of the proposed program. With that, we were looking at a multi-tier way to expand from our 20 student, beautiful little class in our schoolhouse up to 3 portions. So having our children's house, which is currently at the St. Rose of Lima Chapel. And we are so grateful for the town support and being in that space. It is so magical, so beautiful. I think it really has given us so much just inspiration of where we can go with our growth. But also we are actively working on, with the help of Miss Lisa, a toddler program. That is something that we have run into some challenges around a space for it. We had a space fall through at the last moment. So it's bringing even much more attention to how important having a space for childcare is in our county, with licensing and state regulations. There are a lot of guidelines and rules of what the space needs to look like, measurements, location from other things, just all of these elements that have made a lot of barriers for even the access to doing a toddler program in the interim. So we have teachers ready, we have materials ready, we are passionate, we have families that are needing this, and we're even running into a challenge in that initial launch of that portion of the program. So it just makes it even more important, and why we are so enthusiastic about the Carbonate Street Center, because it would really help fill so many of these gaps that I feel like we have the tools ready for. And so typically for a center, it would be finding staff to staff it would be the challenge, or finding the funds and getting the materials in place, or finding the families to fill those spots. We have all of those pieces. We just need the building. And it is a beautiful building that is in progress over there. So we have outlined on our proposal a couple different elements, but I wanted to just share around what we were looking at of 3 different options that our consultant outlined for us, reviewing from a budgetary perspective. So really wanting to make sure that the center is successful, that it is planning for, say, for example, like an 80% capacity, knowing that we would hopefully be above that, but also implementing things like CCAP. We have the universal preschool programs that are in place, but also a sliding scale model. So we are actively working with the Buell Foundation, utilizing tools that other centers have successfully implemented, and also have the support of the Chaffey County Early Childhood Council on ensuring that when we roll out that model to provide for families within all different income levels, that we are successfully able to run it, that we aren't at a deficit. Because the challenge is, as we're looking at the center and hopefully having a spread between infant, toddler, and a children's house, our infant and toddler spaces do not run with as much like revenue from tuition, because of the ratios that are needed and the smaller amount of I guess, class sizes with it. So really trying to find a balance on the budget side. And we were very grateful to have a consultant help guide us in that so that we could be successful. In our options, our goal would be option B. So that would be having 1 infant room, 2 toddler rooms, and 1 children's house room. That 4-room spread is based on our current wait list and family interest in it, and finding that that toddler space is very needed. And so we're hoping that, you know, working towards that model, but also do have alternatives available should the need change over time. As we look a little bit further through that, we have a plan of year 1 versus year 2, ways to kind of build up the program. The next section are commitment to accessibility and affordability. So just really finding ways to be to plan well and make that be a successful effort based on the needs of that lower to middle class families locally that potentially don't qualify for CCAP but still have a great need in accessing that. And we are looking at a schedule that is very similar to what our center operates under right now. We do offer before care, after care, and a summer camp program. And so that is something that is not available through the public school system. And we feel like really bridges a great gap, especially for working families, that a lot of working families don't have the summer off. So we still have some breaks built in to support just really retention of staff, recognizing that teaching is typically within that type of a model, but also supporting families going on vacations. A lot of families have more than 1 child who maybe in the public school system. So really recognizing that those breaks are going to align with a lot of families' needs. But then also that our summer camp program provides that opportunity for parents to have that care through out with very minimal breaks at the beginning and end, just for cleaning, maintenance, planning, other things that need to happen.
Can I ask a question? No, you're fine. For option B, or for all these options, do they include keeping the St. Louis Church or moving all of the operations too? Okay.
So our hope is to keep.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so our hope, so what we are working on is going for an increase in capacity of 275%, so going from 27 to 75 childcare spots across the 3 locations. At the least would then be the 2 locations if we are not successful in finding a toddler space. And that's really been, Lisa has reached out to pretty much every contact we can find here in the community, been very creative in that, and we are still running into a lot of roadblocks. So we're just ensuring that every model would look at us expanding, and we would still maintain the current space as well, as a lot has been invested into it, and we feel like it's a really great fit. As we look a little bit further forward, we are looking at lease term of what we have put in this proposal is $100 a month rent. Of course, we are open to conversation, but that was just kind of where we put things. Our hope is to have a financial model that can support the infant and toddler programs that don't have as much tuition revenue, provide a really healthy pay rate for local workers so that they can continue to work for our program and just really meet everyone where they are. And we also have that $300 a month on the utilities, and outline some just different roles that would be part of this expansion, and the staff compensation that we're hoping to align with that. We would be looking at working on achieving different grants and other financial support. We are in active conversation with different organizations, including the Fuel Foundation. They're very supportive. They are asking us, when is this meeting happening? How can we support your efforts? And let's talk about how we can work on the next grant cycle. So I think it's very positive, even in this little bit of a different climate of grants, that we have these organizations that are wanting to help us meet this need. So I think it is a really beautiful position to be in. And outside of that, we have a portion just at the end about the support and contributions we're requesting from the town, and things kind of around maintenance, other things that are already successfully happening with the current schoolhouse. We have a timeline, and then some other considerations that we've included in our plan. So we've really tried to dig into this from every different aspect possible. But we're just so grateful to be here and to be at this point in the project and to see something that is happening. So thank you.
Excuse me.
Bless you. So are you ready for our questions?
We are.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Trustees, what questions do you have? Come a long way on this.
More question for Marika and our staff, but your proposal is outlining opening the toddler or the carbon industry program in fall 2026. Does that track with the development timeline that we're looking at right now?
The ECC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we are in a holding pattern with that funding, and we have no
Federal funding we're waiting on.
correct the federal funding that helps finish the interior, and there is no, hey, by this date you will hear a response.
Totally. Yeah.
So I know Brian and Mike have been pushing that pretty hard, but that's really the factor in that's limiting our ability to set a pretty established timeline on that.
And
I would say in general, that's, I think, our hope as well, to be by that time in 2026. But
I know Brian's not here, but I know Congresswoman Pedersen was asking about that funding last week. Does she know that we're still waiting on that money?
I believe they're keeping them up to date as we've completed the requirements for the environmental.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we don't have any other way of finishing it.
Yeah.
It would cost us a lot.
I have some
A few questions. On the sliding scale, is that available to all of the kids or is it only like a percentage?
So the sliding scale is, it's a model that is combining both income of families, but also household size. And that's the portion that we're having to really utilize some support to make that be a successful model, but it's looking at a multi-tier. So like the typical, say with like the income ranges that are utilized for a lot of things in our county. So partnering both that, but alongside household size and looking at potentially like 6 to 7 tiers. So it would only be the highest earning tier of a pretty hefty income that would not be included in the kind of discount model. So it's each tier would have a discount applied, going all the way down to who would then qualify for CCAP. So it's each portion of this, we're trying to ensure everyone is kind of met where they are in their.
Everyone, it would be like blind admissions, and if you qualify.
Oh, I'm sorry,
The
yeah.
Buell Foundation would like commit to.
Yeah, it's not where like, 10 out of the 50 kids are the only ones who get it, or it's anyone who can qualify.
Yeah, and so we would have, there's paperwork that's available that other centers are utilizing that we would model ours after in the same way. So they would just be filling out, providing the same samples of kind of financial statements, but also having a section to describe if there's any kind of financial challenge outside of what we would see on there. And so in that way, also working with the Buell Foundation and Chaffey County Early Childhood Council to help support that process being successful and fair. But it would be available to everyone, and we're wanting to ensure that based on our best estimate of where families will fall, that we're going to be successful and have the ability to have enough of a revenue to run the center within that. And that's just why it's taking a bit more time on the moving parts with it.
This concept too aligns with the intention of this project in the first place, right? So we have families that come from fairly low income levels, they receive CCAP. We have families that then also PK, which are all of our 4-year-olds. And then we still have families that are they could afford or they can't afford the tuition, which is very much similar to other tuitions, particularly with the number of days of care we offer and the time Monday through Friday throughout the day. So our intention is to really support families no matter what income level they might fall in that year or the next year.
The intention is great, and I think the model kind of puts you into more of a commitment. Like you have the intention, and this model is set up to basically make sure that commitment is made to serve the families of the lower economic strata.
For sure. I want to be clear though too, that families of all economic strata are desperate for childcare in this community. So I think that's really important, and working parents need childcare, and there is 10 spots in the county for kids under the age of between the ages of 1 and 2. So it's on par price wise with the public seedlings room, which of course we're expanding 2 more of those rooms, but we just have a huge need across the board.
Yeah, and the other, I guess, I don't know if it's a question or comment, is that, in the previous meetings, we voiced our concern that we really needed year-round childcare. And that is something that the citizens have brought to us, when we were presented with building this development, we were given the option to just build housing, and we heard a lot from citizens that we really wanted the childcare component. So we went forward with that. And I guess the only concern I have is that there is 6 weeks where you guys are not open, so that is not year-round childcare. And I find that there's a lot of parents that need that year-round, and 6 weeks is a lot of time during the year where, as been stated here tonight, that it's a childcare desert. That's a lot of time for parents to figure things out. And it's something that we as a board really voiced our concern at the last meeting. So I'm kind of concerned that that there's that much time. In connection with that, you said you're following the school calendar. So I am also concerned if that's, for instance, this weekend, the school was closed on Friday and Monday, would that be following that calendar? Because that's more than 6 weeks and more days that parents have a hard time finding childcare.
It would be though, yeah, or we would take the same holidays that the school takes.
Okay, yeah, so that's much more than 6 weeks, because the school has a lot of pretty much few Fridays and Mondays every single month that are not holidays where they're closed. So that's another issue for families trying to scramble to find childcare. So, my biggest concern is that this is something that we need, but I don't want it to be something that's better than nothing. And I think that's a lot of what we've been hearing and some of the issues we've been tackling here as a board, with housing. And this is great. I want something more than better than nothing. I want something that's going to fill the need.
I just want to add, I think the Montessori program is exceptional. I think this is so much better than nothing. I want to recognize too that teachers also need breaks, and we can't expect a Montessori program to fill the childcare gap for the public school program. This is a separate school, a separate institution. We need to be talking about programs like the Boys and Girls Club, expanding opportunities like that fill the gaps outside of school for that intentional reason. The Montessori school already provides 8 to 10 weeks of amazing high level quality childcare in the summer that we don't otherwise have anywhere in this community, except for maybe the Montessori school in Salida. Emily, your son goes to public school, right? So Emily can't be working her full-time job while the public school is closed and her son is also home. So I think there's a big childcare gap, but I don't think it's necessarily fair to put filling that gap on a program that's just trying to provide additional school, not childcare. It's both, right? But they're also offering 3 hours more a day, every day, and 1 more day a week than the public school does. So there's a lot of additional time built into the weekly calendar too, that is not available in other options in town. So I hear what you're saying. I'm in a desperate need for childcare. But I do want to acknowledge that it is hard for a school to plug that gap versus a childcare program.
I absolutely agree. I think that this is more than better than nothing. I think this is a really great start to closing that gap. That gap is very, very, very large right now. And this program would close a significant portion of that gap. Do we still have a need for year-round childcare in those 6 to 8 weeks, give or take? Yes, we do. But this considerably closes that gap, and it makes that smaller gap much easier to fill in the future. So I absolutely can understand that the community is asking us for year-round care, and we have tried to get year-round childcare. And right now we have a local school who provides a really good service to our community that's here saying we'll take on extra responsibility and we'll do these things. I agree with Mika. I think it's unreasonable to ask them to fill the entire gap right now, right off the bat. I would love to see maybe a growth and expansion into that. But I do think that this is more than better than nothing, but it still won't close the gap entirely.
Yeah, I just think that's a large gap for families, 6 weeks plus many, many days.
Yeah, you're right. My husband
right now,
3 weeks PTO max a year, and we don't know how to do it, because the public school toddler room is closed every Friday of the year, plus 6 weeks plus summer. So it's a big need, and we should talk about it more for sure.
I have a question too. Have you had any communication with the public school district about, they're building that whole preschool area? How does that relate to the need for both what they're building and what you guys are building?
From a survey we did with the community, the Chaffey County Community Foundation. The need is so big, like they did it throughout the whole county, that even with what they're adding at the Grove, like to the west of the school, with this program, it's still not meeting the need for, especially under 2.5, which is where the cutoff between children's house and toddler comes. So they're not adding so much that there's any worry that it won't be full, I guess.
And is theirs have a tuition?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And they're only 4 days a week and we're 5 days a week.
The current tuition for the equivalent of the baby room at the public school is $990 a month. But it's only 4 days a week and it's shorter hours.
Other questions?
I have questions. I have comments. I'm leaning towards Devin a little bit because when I had young children and I was working at the hospital, I didn't have 6 weeks vacation and I would have lost my job. And the town was, what we were focusing on was childcare, realizing that you are a school, realizing that you would definitely help our community if this is approved. I have a couple questions, and some of it will be financial for Philip. Am I reading this right where your lease terms would be $100 a month rent?
That's what we put in there.
And you would pay $300 a month towards utilities, so.
Well, we would cover the utilities is kind of what that.
Okay, well, here it says in my report, 300, so that would be 400 a month, and then I'm going down here and we would be doing all the maintenance and all the maintaining and down to shoveling sidewalks. And I assume from reading this, I could be very wrong, but when you guys are closed for the 6 weeks and complete cleaning is done, the way I interpreted that was that the town would be the ones cleaning that building for you.
We hire our own professional cleaner that currently comes in once every 2 weeks.
Yeah, I guess the idea was we're paying that much rent, but the town isn't having to like pay money regularly for the building, except when it comes to maintenance issues, I guess, that's like the landlords. Is the idea.
And that's pretty much how it is now. But when it comes to daily things like shoveling snow, we all do that.
Okay, but there was something in here about shoveling snow. I know, I read it.
I think definitely around, say, for example, like the shared community sidewalks and parking, like knowing that we would be within kind of the community of Carbonate Street. So hopefully the person wouldn't stop right at one sidewalk and continue right after us kind of thing. But we're also flexible on however we can, kind of help in the partnership.
And under here, trash and waste management to maintain cleanliness and compliance with health codes. Are we doing the trash service for you?
Yeah, we weren't sure what Brian had been saying about that because they're designing like where the truck can drive right up to the dumpster kind of thing, but we're fine to
so
trash service anyway.
Accepting this at leaving someone 6 weeks out of the year without childcare, and and this was just an idea that I had, would you be opposed to someone else using the building during that 6-week period to cover that gap?
Well, it's never 6 weeks in a row. It's only ever 1 week in a row.
Exactly, but still, it's 6 weeks of employment for a working parent. Would you be opposed to if there was someone else that could come in and cover those 6 weeks?
I think probably we would. The whole Montessori curriculum and equipment and materials is all a lot of assets that we have too that we want to maintain and keep in order. And we use those weeks off to do to add and take away different works, as they call it, like the stuff that the kids work on and learn with.
Yeah, we would have to take literally everything out and have our own little storage area for that, and it would be. We've also had staff members, myself included, especially the first 2 years of our operation, where I've offered childcare during those holiday breaks. And I will say it was wonderful, but we only had a few families that were actually interested in having care for those increments of time. So what I would say is if we were to have staff members who would want to work additional hours, we would need to make sure that they have the correct qualifications for licensing. But I would say that for those of us that would stay in town during those weeks, we could potentially offer the space to our staff members, in addition to perhaps someone that is interested in offering like a specific art camp, for example, where they wouldn't necessarily need to use the materials themselves. So yeah. And we offered to watch our kiddos during Thanksgiving break and Christmas break, and we didn't have enough kids sign up to make that profitable and to make it make sense. So we've been offering those services and we just haven't had enough kids sign up.
That's good info.
I think this is where community comes in. I mean, I've been through this with 2 children, including one with severe disabilities. You want to find a tough time finding childcare, have a child with disabilities. And in my experience with it, it's being a parent for over 20 years. It's pretty standard for there to be weeks when you do not have childcare. We have a strong community. I think our parents will have to coalesce and figure out how they, as a community, can help each other with their children in these gap times. I mean, I think this is a tremendous opportunity for this community to have this Montessori program for children. And I certainly wouldn't quibble over them following the school calendar.
On the school calendar, would it even include like the staff work days, or would it just follow the school calendar's holiday schedule?
So we would need to build in a certain level of staff work days as far as building curriculum and further education of the staff members, but I think that is something that we could discuss of like what could be removed from that. We would want to make sure that we didn't affect the quality of the program, and I think that the support and resources provided to teachers. I think that's the big thing for us in putting this together is trying to support the teachers involved from a hiring standpoint to be a place that teachers would want to work. And also as far as a staff retention standpoint, avoiding burnout, but also feeling like them feeling like us as their employers are contributing to their potential, to their growth, to their knowledge base. So I think it is kind of a balance there where there definitely is value to those work days in the same way of the public school system utilizing them. But I think it's something that we could kind of evaluate through what that could be narrowed down to. We just wouldn't want to eliminate that strengthening of the.
So finding the balance of quantity and quality without quality.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So Philip or America, it looks like you're seeking direction tonight. What does that look like? How do we wrap this up? I think this agreement is great. I'd love to see them take it to Brian and work out some of the details around snow removal and trash and things like that as a leasee.
Yeah, we're not trying to make a decision.
Andrew, yeah, I'd like to wrap this up. I'd like to just share a couple observations. I want to thank Cindy and Devin. You guys, none of us have the background that you do. I mean, Libby, you do too, but I think you guys were around at the inception, you know, and the expectations or sort of the vision and the enthusiasm was, yeah, let's provide a childcare facility year round, help some of the working parents. I think that I want to acknowledge that that was sort of the perception at the inception. Where we are now, we have exactly one option. I think that gap, we still need to find ways to try to bridge that. So whether that's as this rolls out, there will be certain folks who they serve, you know, probably can get by just fine with missing a few weeks or a summer. There will all be some families that are just, you know, really pressed. So I think we can figure out what can we do to help kind of, whether it's a town effort or a volunteer effort, work with them to figure out, okay, the subset of your families are really going to need some help when there's no care available. I think there's still room to explore a system to support that. I think at this point, moving forward with an MOU seems prudent. I think a lease is extremely premature. We have a lot of funding unknowns on our end. You guys have a lot of funding unknowns. I think if your funding comes through and ours doesn't, we're back to the drawing board. If ours comes through and yours doesn't, we're back to the drawing board. I think at that point, once the fundings and the schedule clears up, that would be the perfect time to really get into a lease. I think it seems prudent to pursue it.
The framework of a legal agreement or an MOU.
Yeah, actual lease where we have legal obligations on both parties, I think is a bit premature.
I'd have to agree. At this point, just because we don't have that funding fully secure, we don't have that opening date. Right? And so it would be a lease that would probably have to be amended 8, 9, 10 times. But I do agree. I would say an MOU is a good way.
Yeah, I mean,
to start the process.
The runway is quite long with the unknowns we have on both funding sides. So I think there's still time to just flesh out a way to support the families that need year-round care to kind of carry out that vision that you guys initially saw. I just want to honor that and say thank you for bringing that up.
Emily, would an MOU in this regard meet the needs for you guys to move forward with some certainty?
Especially for future grants that we would be applying for. We've already spoken to the Gates Family Foundation, as well as Anschutz and the Robert Hope Foundation, and they're extremely interested in working with us. Of course, the grant numbers will not meet the $1 million, but at least it's a start as proof of concept and aligning with the project, I guess, umbrella.
So this kind of agreement would help you sooner.
Yeah, all sponsors like to see.
Yeah, just something that we're moving forward.
Yeah, I just recommend that it's as specific as possible so that they can move forward.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page that we'd like to direct staff to try to draft something up.
Okay. We can do that.
Oh, there's Jeff.
Jeff.
I'm sitting right here listening. You know, we can work on it. I have to get the details, and the key is going to be, what we can bind ourselves to and what they can bind themselves to. But we're probably going to be able to have some kind of a letter of intent or MOU that outlines the general terms of what we would do if we all had the right funding. So I'll work with staff and we can put something together.
Right.
Yeah, and I think as a board, we just won't lose sight of trying to figure a way to close that gap. There's got to be a way.
Yeah, I think the big issue that I have is that, like I said, that this is something that we were asked to do by citizens, and that, it's not exactly what we expected and wanted in our facility. And this is our facility. This is our building that we're building. And if we're also going to be giving a substantial discount in a lease or something like that, it's not exactly what we want. I think it's tough for me to want to do that because it's not what was intended. Although I do like the program, and I think it's great. So it's just that I wish that gap was much smaller.
Yeah. Your point is we're not there yet and we're not done trying.
Right.
Well, and as we stated, we're not closed to the potential of offering staff additional hours to work during those holiday breaks.
Yeah.
I think
Writing.
There's a way to get there.
Yeah, and I think,
Writing, absolutely.
yeah, and like what Cindy said is, when things aren't in writing, they're not expected, and that's something that we've found many times in this position, so.
I think it would be helpful to have a broader conversation later, and we can note this for the agenda, about what year-round childcare looks like.
Yeah.
Because to my knowledge, this is year-round childcare. There is no
every day,
Christmas,
5
break.
days.
Yeah, there is no, this is what it looks like in my experience.
Yeah.
Even with in-home childcare providers that we use in this town, they still close for 1 week before and after school starts and follow this calendar because they also need to clean, to take breaks, to see hospital, to go to the doctor and things. So I think if we want to have a broader conversation about what year-round looks like, I'd like to have that separately.
And with that too, really asking teachers how they can be more supported within the community as well. So it's a huge part of it.
Okay, everybody all right? Okay, good.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
I'm excited to be here.
Okay, now we are speaking about the boulders improvement agreement. So is this you?
That's me. Yep. All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, fellow trustees. Marika Kopp, Planning Director for town. This evening, we are presenting a request for a first PIA amendment to the Boulders PIA. The applicant's 500 North Colorado Ave, and they are requesting to obtain certificates of occupancy for the 15 residences along Walsh Street prior to finalizing landscaping and fine grading. Currently, the PIA would require that all public improvements are complete before any COs could be issued. Do you mind going to the map on the following page? So it's really that northern block of homes there, the 15 homes there, where the applicant is seeking allowance again for that certificate of occupancy. This would defer the installation of landscaping and the completion of fine grading to the CO allowances for the other lots. We didn't set a new deadline for these things to be complete, but what we did say is all public improvements when the rest of these lots come through need to be complete. And so really just looking at the fine grading and landscaping components. There was a lot of work that went into this between staff and the applicant team. So at this point, staff is recommending approval of the requested amendment. I will say that this is kind of within the public improvement amendments that we brought to the trustees recently. This was one that within that group of expected amendments, this was kind of rounding out the amendments. With a lot this big, it's not uncommon for a developer to ask for a phased approach to issuing COs. And obviously not looking at all or nothing within development. I think what we're really trying to figure out within town is what is the appropriate kind of threshold and where are we drawing that line. So for these 15 lots, I know that they've been working with Sean really closely, and Sean, as an attachment to my staff report, provided an observation report of what he's seeing out on site. And I think that was updated as of last Wednesday. So that's fairly updated. So if you've got any questions on Sean's observation report or anything that Public Works has seen in working with the applicant, I encourage you to ask him. Otherwise, the applicant team representative Kyle is here this evening to talk with you a bit and answer any questions that you might have about the proposed amendment. And Kyle, how do you say your last name?
It's Overketter.
Okay, Overketter. Okay, great.
So Sean, what is your level of satisfaction with how they're doing with their public improvements?
Yeah.
In this area?
Yeah, I think what we wanted to kind of identify and have it kind of in the observation report, kind of getting out of kind of the seasonal stuff. And I think there's a parallel paths or parallel goals, milestone dates that are happening right now. I think what I had in there was trying to alleviate a lot of construction within at least that wall space, right? So try to identify that as kind of more the seasonal limitations that, it's still a little early for trees, but we're really close, right? It's still
maybe optimum for certain types of seating, but maybe not for all seating. So that's kind of where they're at. So really what I want to do is try to get them to a point where it's like, kind of defined into landscaping, and Kyle's been working with us on that. And, currently they have landscapers on site and they're working on irrigation systems. I think, back to kind of like the parallel paths, I think that their goals are to keep working forward on that. And, I think there's, we want to get some, on the Wall Street portion of it, get those grades built up, pretty well done. And some other locations along the perimeter, there's still some topsoil and soil amendments that need to be incorporated for the native seedings. And then on the south side of Wall Street, there's some topsoil that needs to be incorporated. They're putting in the sprinkler systems now. I think that's part of their schedule to do that. So, but yeah, I think just to get that in before there are COs to where the streets remain functional, and people can park there, and if there was some emergency needs, fire, ambulance, just so that it functions as designed. I think that's the big goal, to have that done. Striping, it's getting close to striping season. Back to the phase two, there's some considerations. What we really wanted to make sure that we had was, Wall Street, pretty well finished up as tight as it could be without, getting the trees. A lot of times the trees kind of hold up everything else that gets completed, because you kind of come in and disturb the spoils and dig holes. And so it's, anyways. Yeah, I think that's kind of summarizes it. I think they'll still have a lot of areas that they'll be working on once if this is considered and approved. They'll have the interior still needs to be reviewed, and the exterior perimeters down off of William Street and Railroad Street. That's kind of where we're at.
Is all the exterior painting, has that been finished? All the exterior finishes?
It's close. They've been working. The expectation is that it will be done before we issue CO. So that has not changed, but they've been working diligently the last 2 weeks to get that done. We've got some conversations around some of the exterior treatments on the stairs, but again, that's separate from the PIA. And if it's not resolved, they won't get their COs, just like any other applicant. But Kyle and I have been in contact, and I know Kyle's been in contact with Sean, so both of those things are on our radar. So he knows that that's a priority for us.
Great. What's your hope in terms of getting the PIA, in terms of getting the public improvements done?
Yeah, so the main things they have left, as stated, is landscaping and then grading in the interior alleyways. The landscaping, kind of just per our landscaper, which is Altamont, a local group, just they don't want to install anything that's organic until we know that irrigation lines can be turned on and not frozen. So it's purely just a waiting game here. They've got everything ready to go, and if they're hoping for the first week of May to start that. We won't finish landscaping until we're done with construction, so we don't destroy anything. But again, we understand that we can't get COs for anything else or even come for that until it's completed. So, I mean, we're pushing hard to get everything done. It's just a matter of kind of order of operations. So, and again, when it comes to the individual homes, all this does is allow for us to call and ask for final inspections by the town, because every house has its own permit. So this doesn't give us COs, that still stands within the town to control that process, even for the 15. So there's 15 that we're asking for. There's a total of 45 lots. So the town still has basically 64% that we can't open until the whole project's done. So, and along with over $500,000 of funds, cash secured escrow. So there's a lot for us to push, because obviously this is important for us to get this opened. Out of the 15 homes, we have basically 12 leases signed and ready to go. It's just on us. So there's demand out there, as I think everyone knows. We just have to keep telling people no because we are trying to get through this.
Yeah, they look like they're, pretty well ready to go in that area. So we're considering making this resolution that they get the PIA completed for that part of it, phase it out. But it won't be phased again, right? This is just phase one and then the whole rest of it is phase two?
I was hoping to come back again next month. I'm just kidding. It's just this one. The only reason we're trying this is because Walsh does divide this pretty well.
Yeah.
Right? The other part of the community, the rest of the buildings are all pretty well tied. It's a tighter community. We understand that, and we've never tried to come back and do this again. It's just this one time.
And staff thinks we should go ahead with it, right?
Yeah.
I know Jeff's on, and I don't know if we're missing anything in the agreement, but Jeff's on. If there's any questions related to that.
I do have a question, and I'm sorry we had how many pages in the packet? I alluded to earlier. One question, the agreement states that our warranty period starts upon preliminary acceptance. Will this give us 2 dates for a warranty period, or is that the warranty period starts when there's preliminary acceptance for all phases?
Yeah, I want to double check that, make sure I don't misspeak, but in my observation report, I identify it as once it's complete.
Okay, so the warranty period starts when everything's fully complete. Yeah. Okay, so you don't get to start a warranty clock for half of it early.
I'll correct a little bit on that. And so like the Sand District, they've accepted this, but they won't start the warranty clock till we have the first resident moved in because the sand system is fully installed and done.
But I can't speak to their agreement. I can speak, we can speak to ours.
Right. It may
not the same entity.
It's under the PIA, the Sand District falls under use. I'm just saying that's one thing. So
my concern is just that we have one warranty period with one warranty start date for the infrastructure that will be conveyed to the town.
Can we let Jeff chime in there?
Yeah, can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, nothing changes other than we're basically allowing them to get COs for these lots, and the improvements will still need to be completed for the entire project. So it's going to be one warranty period upon preliminary acceptance. So we aren't preliminarily accepting anything at this point.
Mike, that addresses my concern. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
Before you do that, it says in the agenda that it's resolution 27, but I do not see a resolution 27. I see a first amendment to the public improvement agreement.
I see resolution 28.
Well, there's resolution.
Oh, no, wait, sorry.
Yeah, so this is supposed to be resolution number 27. It doesn't look like there is one.
Yeah, I don't see it.
So would we be approving the public service agreement amendment?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I provided a resolution, maybe just didn't get into your packet. So you can just approve it by motion, and we can always bring a resolution just to ratify things next meeting, just so we have a written record.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to make sure that.
Thank you.
I know it's a big packet, and then I was just looking, I'm like, wait a second, where is resolution 27?
So let me see if I get this right.
So you would just approve the first amendment to the public improvement agreement?
So moved.
Yes. Or I guess I could.
Yeah.
I'll say.
So did you get that, Ed?
Once again.
Yeah, it's approving the first amendment to the public improvement agreement for the Boulders subdivision.
Devin narrated it, Mika moved, and I was.
Or you could just say I moved it.
Yeah, that's fine. That makes
Since I found it.
That's what Mayor Pro Tem does, right?
Yeah, finders keepers.
Page 150.
Yeah, page 150 in your packet of 437.
Okay, so, all in favor?
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Okay, finally, we're at the parking issue for 602 Cedar Street.
All right, well, I will kick this one off again, and then I will hand this over to the applicant team. Okay. So there is a request this evening, a consideration by the Board of Trustees to approve with amendments or deny resolution number 28 with conditions for a cash in lieu request for 12 required off-street parking spaces for a 14-unit for-sale condominium development at 602 Cedar Street. At the start of my staff packet there, I highlighted the 3 recommended conditions. And that includes, I guess, do you mind going to my slides?
Not at all.
I think they start on page
206.
Six.
Next slide. I'll circle back to the conditions at the end.
All right. I'll start by prefacing, and I provided this information in my staff report, but I would just generally welcome feedback from the Board of Trustees if this approach is not the preferred approach. This is something that I had
elected to allow to move forward. So this is not a formal application in terms of, we have not seen detailed engineered drawings. There has not been really specific dedicated planning or public works review that's gone into the draft site plan that's provided to you. Part of it was there's this discussion that the applicants are asking for a fee in lieu in parking. And until they know if their fee in lieu is approved, should they have to move forward and kind of provide those heavily engineered and designed drawings? I don't know. And from my perspective, I lean towards it placing an undue burden on the applicant to provide us this really detailed plan set if ultimately the decision is going to be no anyway. That's not to say that the decision is yes or no, but that's why you're seeing a draft of the site plan right now and it hasn't gone through formal review. The downside of that is that, and this is something I'd like to address at a future work session, hopefully, there is no public notice required for fee in lieu. And so unfortunately with that, neighbors weren't notified. And we saw this same kind of a thing with a similar fee in lieu request we saw about a month ago where neighbors weren't notified. They found out about it through other communication, but there's not a direct notification for fee in lieu requests. Given the impact that this additional on-street parking could have on neighboring properties, I think it's appropriate that we visit a discussion on is public notice an appropriate part of this process in the future. At this point, it's not a requirement within code. And I think that paired with the fact that this is more of an informal discussion at this point to understand if the Board of Trustees would support the request based on the information the applicant provides, it kind of leads to this opportunity where neighbors are not being notified. So something that we want to work towards in the future here. Looking at the site plan, the applicant currently owns 4 Old Town lots, 25 foot wide, 125 feet long. The proposed development only occurs on 3 of those lots, so they do own that lot there.
Do you take interruptions?
Yeah, go ahead.
One clarification, you said 4 Old Town lots, but on the county's assessor, it's 1 parcel, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. But I think within your ILC, it shows up as 4 Old Town lots.
Correct. Yeah. But they were combined to form 1 parcel in the counties.
Assessor usually can group lots together, so don't rely solely on the assessor.
Yeah, and so
it's totally different. It's totally different. Like your legal lots are the ones that you have. The assessor's lots are just for assessment purposes. That's totally different.
But all 4 under same ownership.
Yes.
Okay.
But they do have the original Old Town lots, and so the existing warehouse buildings that are on those lots do cross lot lines within those Old Town lots, but I appreciate that clarification. So they do own the 4 lots. This proposed development only exists within 3 of those lots. With the 14 units that they are proposing, again, it's 1.5 spaces required per unit, so that gets us to a 21 space requirement. The applicant is proposing to provide 7 off-street vehicle spaces, as well as 18 bicycle spaces. And that really comes out to being 36 bicycle spaces, because the code requires that you can park 2 bikes within a single space. So they are providing additional 4 bicycle parking spaces to help meet the in lieu alternative for 2 spaces. So they're providing 7, they're providing an additional 4 bicycle spaces, which gives them in lieu for 2. So we've got 9 accounted for, which is why they're coming to the Board of Trustees and asking for the 12 spaces for fee in lieu to be approved. Is that clear to everyone? Okay, perfect. It was hard for me, so just let me know. Perfect. And then any kind of remaining, and there's not a whole lot, as you can see within within that parcel there to the left where they're proposing the building, but there is a minimum amount of area that's going to be needed to be dedicated for drainage as well as landscaping. So a minimum 10% of your lot has to be landscaped within this zone district. Next slide, please. So the 4 criteria for approval, which we've gone through before, but I'll just go through them really quickly. Number 1, there must be a substantial benefit coming from this project that the community will receive from this project, where granting the parking relief requested is in turn a benefit to the community because it helps this project to be realized. The parking relief requested is the minimum necessary that will afford the relief. So has the applicant done what they need to exhaust all of their other options? The reduced parking will not result in substantial impacts to the adjacent property or the character of the zoning district. I'll just mention that's a hard one to talk about as staff when we don't have a public hearing process where we haven't talked to neighbors to really understand their input. So I do appreciate neighbors coming this evening to provide comment. And then number 4, the parking relief requested is not related to the purposes of convenience or financial burden. As you'll note within my staff report, I do not make a recommendation one way or the other in terms of approving or denying this. And that really is because with that first finding, it's very subjective to what is the threshold that the board finds appropriate? What is the level of benefit that you're looking for from this project that would then help you support this? The code obviously doesn't give a very clear delineation. It needs to be a minimum number of affordable units. It needs to be X economic value. It doesn't give any kind of threshold or benchmark for that. So that will be the discussion that we have to have tonight. Are the 2 100% AMI affordable units that the applicant is proposing within their 14 units, is that enough of a community benefit? Again, that's 2 units at 100% AMI, and those do happen to be the 2 smallest unit types within the building, which the applicant is prepared to speak to. I've talked to them about that. I've asked them a lot of questions in terms of, what if you just build this smaller and you do less units so that you don't need as much fee in lieu? They are prepared to speak to that as well, but I've provided that within here. And then I know that there's some questions on that adjacent lot that they own. What are the plans for that? Could parking be provided there? Could we help provide some sort of relief within that additional property that they own, which they are also prepared to speak to? But this hearing is an opportunity to ask them those questions and to get feedback and to have dialogue between the trustees and the applicant team. And so I have provided staff analysis, and if you've got any questions on the analysis on the 4 findings that I've provided, please let me know. Otherwise, I would be happy to pass it over to Dan and Andy with the applicant team.
Thanks, Monica. Good, thank you. Do we have our slide?
Yep.
Those are.
So sorry.
We start on page 189.
189, thank you. So fast.
There's a big packet.
You flip to the next slide. Thanks, very good. That was thorough. No, it's late. We'll try to be efficient with our time. My name's Dan Riddell, this is my partner, Andy Mutz, we are Geneva Rock Development. I have been coming to BV since 2001. You know, like most of us here, kind of catches you and you can't escape it. In 2018, I was lucky enough to buy a piece of land and build a home. That home is off of Chestnut Street, right behind the Pearl Theater. Side note, you guys might want to look at the back of the Pearl Theater. Kind of dangerous. So since 2018, I'm here probably once every week or two. We saw this property. It's 26 storage units. It's right in downtown. It's, from a developer standpoint, and quite frankly, probably most neighbors and community members and stakeholders, it's not best use for this piece of property. It's right downtown. You don't want to see storage right off of Main Street. Anyway, we purchased in 2022. We have recently gone under conceptual plans, trying to get this thing going. I assume you guys are all aware where this property is. It's right down the street. It's MU2 zoning. Mixed use. You can build up to 35 feet, 3 stories. The MU2 zoning aspect is probably the most flexible zoning that BV currently has. You could do commercial, you can do residential, you can do a mix of both. It does, as is outside the parking issue that we are facing, our 14 units is within that zoning, right? So we do feel like we are meeting the spirit of the zoning and the spirit of, what the code and the downtown kind of, aspects look for. Next slide, please. As Rika said, we have 14 units, condominium. These are for sale. 4 1-bedroom units, those will be on the first floor. 8 2-bedroom units, and then 2 3-bedroom units. This is one thing that we think that is special about this building is it is elevator equipped. That allows for a larger accessible market. Not everybody likes to take the stairs. We think that is something that is quite good for the building, quite good for BV. Obviously downtown, high walkability score. And as Marika said, we're going to have quite a bit of bike parking involved. So next slide. So here's the layout. So it's 75 feet of frontage on Cedar Street, 3 Old Town lots, 125 feet deep. Just like every other Old Town lot is the same, but combining the 3, which requires a minor subdivision. The 7 parking spaces we are proposing is the 75 feet of alley frontage. It's maximizing as much as we can of the alley. If we could build more parking back there, we would. It's just, that's the maximum we can get out of the 75 feet of alley frontage. Next slide. So for reference, here is, looking east down Cedar Street. So this is looking towards this building, right where we're at. Here is the 26 units. As Ms. Krasnow said, yes, this corner doesn't have on-street parking. And which is funny because I think she made an argument for our development. But so you actually can't park on this 100 feet on Cedar and 125 feet on Belleville. Sorry. Because you can drive right up to the storage. So there's no on-street parking right now. The idea is once we develop this building, there will be on-street parking. So it'll probably be anywhere up to 9, probably 9 on-street parkings that currently don't exist. The other thing is there was mention of, yes, it's near the school. There's kids, there's families, there's dogs walking by. This is the only sidewalk on Belden. There's no sidewalk on their street because everybody pulls in. And she's right, there's no on-street parking on the other side because of that. So right now, technically, people can pull in 100% of this property to go up to storage. Once this is developed, once this is built, that will cease to exist. The sidewalks will actually be more protected once there's a development on this property. Next slide, please. So this is looking southeast on Cedar. So this is the other storage unit across the street. Again, it's the same thing. The reasons there's no on-street parking on this corner is because you can pull into the storage unit. This site will get developed. Essentially, the best use and value is not a storage unit facility. So it will get developed. There will be on-street parking here at some point in the future. Next. So this is looking south towards the Midland Apartments. That corner, there is on-street parking on that corner. There's no development there. Again, in these pictures, by the way, I manage that facility. I go there often. This is common. There's almost no traffic and no parking, no cars, and outside of, you're right, probably when school's in coming in and out, I'm sure it's a little busier, but this is more common than not where you don't see any cars. Next slide, please. And so this is the apartments northwest, where you can see that you actually pull in. So there is no on-street parking there. Now, currently, as code stands, you couldn't build this development this way. If you have access to an alley, all the parking infrastructure has to come off the alley. The town, without a variance, would not allow you to do this, and rightfully so, I would imagine. But currently speaking, all of the parking is off the street onto the property through the sidewalk. Next. Yeah, let's just bring it back to the property at hand. I don't know, Randy.
Thanks, Dan. So yeah, Marika brought up the 4 considerations for fee and lieu, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. So I'll just kind of walk through why we think we meet them. And the first is substantial, specific, and documented community benefit. As mentioned in both our letter and Marika's report, we've committed to working with CHA and CHT, but primarily we believe CHA is the better entity for a for sale product. We do have Jenny Stokesbury on the call, I believe, and she is going to follow me. But we are going to provide 2 100% AMI for sale units. Those will be 2 1-bedroom units. And so we believe that is really a great benefit for BV, which we all know is suffering from a dearth of affordable housing. We do think just the general nature of this building, 14 units, condo, it offers a lower price point than what is really available anywhere in town. I don't think there's been a new condo development in the last 2 decades. I may be incorrect with that. And we do think it improves the walkability of this neighborhood by, as Dan mentioned, improving the character of the sidewalk, making it more pedestrian and not a rollover sidewalk to the storage units behind. And we do think that, the parking fee is taken by the city and applied to kind of a more umbrella approach to the city's parking needs rather than, kind of site by site. And we think that is a benefit. Moving on to the minimum necessary relief. As Dan mentioned, we have provided 7 off-street parking spaces. That's the maximum that we can get off of the alley. While we do have that additional Old Town lot, because of how the site lays out, we could actually only get 1 more pull-in space there and basically take up an entire Old Town lot for 1 additional parking space because there's not room to get a drive aisle down it, to get any sort of even parallel parking on that lot. And as mentioned, we're providing additional bicycle parking than is necessary. And we have, although not mentioned here, looked in the area for off-site parking options, and there's nothing really that we could find that is in 500-foot radius that off-site parking is allowed. The third consideration is no substantial impact on the adjacent property or district character. As mentioned, this is in the MU2 zone, which is intended for some level of development higher than single family homes. I don't want to use the term dense development, but a 3-story project we believe is fitting within the spirit of the MU2 code. As mentioned, a lot of the parking in this area is no longer allowed under BV guidelines, and is actually kind of problematic from a safety standpoint with rolling over the sidewalk to do head-in parking. And as mentioned, we create 225 lineal feet of on-street parking because we're eliminating that rollover curb and entrances to the self-storage facility, which we think is approximately 9 spaces. Haven't totally figured that out, but we think that's a safe number. It may be 10. And finally, the last consideration is, it's not requested for convenience or financial reasons. I think importantly here, the only way we can provide 2 affordable units is to be able to build 14 units here, which requires us to seek this fee in lieu of parking. If we're not able to develop it, or we have to develop to 8 units, unfortunately, don't think we would be able to provide affordable housing. We do think placing the parking off the alley and as well as ancillary services like trash and things of that nature improves the pedestrian experience on that corner. And so we are not seeking it solely for financial reasons. Dan and I are committed to BV long-term. We currently are building 4 homes up on Court and Pinion. We want to continue to be an active partner here in the community. And we think providing 2 affordable homes demonstrates that. And to speak to that a little bit more, I can turn it over to Jen I with Chaffey Housing Authority, if she is available.
I'm here. Is it time?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I don't know, is my camera not on? Anyway, thanks for the time. I know it's late. We appreciate your consideration of this fee in lieu proposal. Yeah, I'll just reiterate what we mentioned in our letter of support for this project. I do think 2 affordable units at 100% AMI is significant for the town of BV, especially for a development of this size of 14 units total. It's a really solid commitment from Geneva Rock. So we are happy to support it. I can mention a few numbers for you all just to kind of remind you of what 100 AMI looks like. If it's a household of 1, that's 1 person making $72,000 a year at the new 2005 income limits. And again, for the 2025 income limits, I'm off by 20 years. And then for those same 2025 limits for a 2-person household, it's $82,300 a year. So that's either a single person making around $34 an hour or a household of 2 making combined $39 an hour. So those are, workforce wages in Chaffey County, 2 units that are affordable to households of that at that income level are significant and meaningful in a small town like BV. So I'll just leave it there and I'm here for questions.
I didn't realize the 2025 AMI had gone up that much. That's significant. I don't know any workforces here that pay $35 an hour. Our average starting pay in BP is 18. So 100% AMI to me still feels very unattainable, but I know that that's not your problem. That's an AMI problem. So that was a bit
Yeah,
shocking.
and I'll point out, so for the household of 2, it's a little less outreach, if that makes sense.
These are the smallest units that would be 100% AMI guaranteed, correct?
Correct.
The 1 bedroom. So yeah, 2 people could theoretically squeeze in it. I mean, it's, I think the only way.
If it were built today, you must have a cost model built that tells you this, some go, no, go. If it were built today, what is your market price for that unit?
Dan, you want to speak to?
Yeah.
We can speak more to cost rather than,
Well, I'm concerned about what will it go on the market to sell.
Yeah, so take this many grains of salt because it's an estimate and budget far in advance, but we think the cost of these units are probably $350. The market, if we were going to market, is probably, because of what they are, it would probably be $400
for the 2.
For each,
dedicating for the 100
each. So that's what, take out affordability, take out the CHA. They're going to cost us $350. We would probably try to sell them for $410, $420.
But in partnership with CHA, they would be, if it's a single person, single member household, I believe that we did this pricing exercise under the 2024 AMI, so the numbers have shifted since those just came out in the last week or 2, I believe. But in discussions with them, we would sell it to CHA for $320,000. So we would be taking a loss on both of these units. We wouldn't even be selling them at cost. And then CHA, through the grants that they receive, would be selling them for around $250,000 to the end user.
Would these 2 units get a dedicated parking space each out of the 7?
No, probably not. No.
What are your prices for the 2-bedroom units? Like when you're selling tomorrow?
So those are low to mid 60s.
And then the 3-bedroom? I presume those are on the top.
Yeah, so well, there's 2, right? There's a 2nd level and a 3rd level. And obviously the 3rd level is more expensive, but it's, we're targeting $799, but things can change. The idea would be to break ground Q4 of this year, probably CO Q4 of 2027. So we're talking 2 years out. So
could be up significantly more by then. Because it's not like it's going to lock in the 2025 AMI number. It would just be 100% of whatever year you go to market. Am I understanding that correctly?
Those are only for the
2 units.
Yeah. 2 units.
Right.
Yeah, the 100% AMI would be when they're transferred to Chaffey Housing Authority.
And those 2 units, those are the 635 square foot units?
Correct, those 1 bedrooms, yeah.
Okay. And what's the total charge for the parking cash in lieu? What would they pay?
It's $1,200 per space.
So it's $14,400 total.
14,000.
Yeah, which would I think that's a half a block of sidewalk.
I would like to, I flagged this for Philip earlier, put on our priority list for this year, revisiting the fee in lieu prices and the parking designations per unit conversation. I know there's some limitations there, but even though it's in the code, 14,000 feels really low right now for this type of development. There's always exceptions that can be made for something like the library. But I think that's a little different when it's a private market price development. Are we in general discussion mode right now?
Yeah.
Okay. I am not planning to support this fee in lieu tonight, only because I think the 2 100% AMI doesn't contribute enough to community cause to get rid of this many parking spaces. I might be more willing to have a conversation about 1 unit, 1 parking space per unit. But because this lot is so close to the elementary school, I don't want to necessarily force more cars onto the street full time. I think you guys know I'm very pro density, very anti-parking requirements. But I think the space of this lot and its proximity to school, and that this is mostly market rate condo, makes it hard for me at this level of parking. So that's where I'm at, is I'm not gonna vote for this tonight.
Well, the Old Town lot that's being unused can't be used for parking?
So and I'll really leave that to the applicant team to describe in further detail, but in talking with them, there's not enough width within the lot that you have the parking and then enough drive aisle width. That's not to say, and again, I've only been working with them. I know that this has been in the work for before I got here, but that's not to say that they couldn't merge their lot and reorganize things a little bit. And I don't think that they need to look at the 25 width lot independently on its own. We could look at it as part of the whole picture. But it would take some redesigning from their team.
Yeah, I guess I'm just really curious with 4 lots, why you wouldn't try to maximize the parking that you can on those 4 lots first before asking for.
Because of how these lots lay out, we're using the long frontage along Belden. And as a building grows towards a square, it becomes less like you have a lot of interior space, not near windows. And so a rectangular building leaves us with 1 lot, but we don't have the room on that 1 lot to put a drive aisle and any parking off of it. And so we're using the maximum. I mean, we could take the back 25 feet of a 125-foot lot and get 1 more, or no, I guess only 1 more, or no, 2 more parking spaces on it. That would be all we could really accomplish with that lot.
I guess I just think about the library, right? And their ask for parking fee in lieu. And I feel like they really pushed super hard working with their engineers before, and then their surrounding businesses, and even looked at changing their plans to create 1 or 2 more extra spots.
I would say we've looked at multiple configurations for this site. And as I mentioned, we came with this one because it's really the only way we can achieve the ability to provide 2 affordable units. We have other development programs that we can get close to this density, not quite to it, but without running foul of any parking issues. And effectively, we have zoning by right to do it. And so we really wanted to present something that allowed us to do the affordable housing. And really, this is the only way we could get there from a financial standpoint.
Can I share? I'm so sorry.
No, yes.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, I have a hard time seeing these 2 units making it worth it. $350,000 for a 635 square foot apartment is not something that I feel like is.
250,000.
250,000?
It would cost us 350,000 to build them.
Okay, so you would sell them for 250,000?
The end buyer buys it for 250.
Okay.
The CHA gets a grant, $70,000 from, I think it's a state program, to subsidize that.
And we sell it to CHA for anywhere from 30, 40. We don't have an exact cost. I'm guessing it's going to be more than we anticipate, but we will sell both of these units at a significant loss to CHA in order to.
Yeah, so the end user, you get it's going to be a very nice unit for $250,000. And I don't know, I'm not privy to what the deed restriction is on that, but they are deed restricted in perpetuity. So there's only so much they can increase in value. They have to sell to another, 100% AMI buyer, so on and so forth.
And I have a hard time with the rest of it being market rate, which is, I feel like, and it's also not deed restricted. I could see a lot of short-term rentals going in there, and I would want to have a deed restriction for that. And I would want them to be affordable for people here, and, you know, 600,000 to 800,000 for a unit is not for the people here that I see. So I would not be in favor of this.
I'll go next.
Yeah.
I also am not in favor of it. I think the lack of public notice to get really good input from the community is lacking. I think we've got a little small sample tonight that the immediate community is not supportive. I talked to another gentleman who's been in this community for a long time across the street, and also raised similar parking concerns on the street. You know, so the little small random sample we have without much of a public notice is, I don't think the community is supportive. In this case, I agree with Mika as well, that the school ought to be a stakeholder in this. Like, what impacts does it have on a school? If we continue to see these, one of the things we would expect is that the applicant to present, we have this many spaces, and here's where 12 spaces line up on these streets, you know, so we can kind of see, okay, where does this overflow really happen, so we can gauge that. And then I'm also concerned about the precedent. If you go to page 164 in the packet and pull that up on the screen, I just want to point out a few things. And then zoom in on the property there a little bit. I am concerned about the precedent that this would set, because there are a number of other parcels that would probably want to do the exact same thing. You have storage units to the south, you have vacant lots to the east, you have an apartment complex to the west that is probably reaching end of life, especially as the area property values go up. If we set this precedent, all the other property owners would come expecting the same treatment, and then we have a real, I would just say, disaster with that many parking spots that are needed. So I'm concerned about the precedent. I just think all those together really make it hard to get behind. We'll point out the library when they came. That was just an overwhelming slam dunk. You know, and that provided an overwhelming community benefit. I think for these parking fee in lieu things, we really ought to hear from the immediate community crying that is a benefit. And what we heard tonight is not the case.
And I think
you have one more thing. But I mean, I agree that, changing storage sheds for condos is a great idea. It's a use by right. We have a code, follow the code. Right. If we have a problem with the code, then it's incumbent on us to change the code. But I think in general, we should follow the code to build to the use by right with the zoning.
Which is what we will do, but
fantastic.
It won't be condos. Can't.
That's your decision. It's your use by right.
This is though exactly why I'd like us to revisit the number of parking spaces required, because we had this conversation recently too, where we do want more condos. We do want more smaller units. We cannot require all private developers to meet our affordable housing need in the community. Parking designations to this degree really do make building smaller units nearly impossible. And I think we need to address that in the code. Right now, I think the code says this, the parking lieu and fee says this. That's why I'm not necessarily going to support it tonight, but I do think in concept, it makes a lot of sense that we revisit that. If we want to see smaller development at higher density, smaller unit development, then we need to revisit our standards for parking.
Yeah. And I'd like to see, affordable housing defined as something significantly lower than 100% AMI. Because in this community, 100% AMI just isn't affordable. And so that I have to agree with the three of you so far that the intention is great. The long-term housing need is great. The density is great, but we can't trade off one for the other unless there's a significant benefit from it. And 100% AMI, unfortunately, for our community isn't a significant benefit. It still puts things pretty out of reach for our citizens.
And I think I agree with Maggie. This is going to sound like a very town-centric and a very town-selfish comment, but my viewpoint is, we need to hire a planner. Can the planner work there?
Yeah. Or a teacher.
Yeah.
But I mean, town employee, like we have to build.
Yeah.
You've got a position that you're working.
You're saying my job was on the line, Andrew.
No, to have, right,
Yeah, exactly. Like, it just gets really myopic, like, okay, the town has some, I would say professional position we need to fill.
Right.
Can that person live here?
Can that person afford to live there?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, can I just, I mean, the facts of the matter is, we can't build it to 80% AMI.
Understood.
There isn't another funding source besides CHA that we know of. I mean, there's tax credit development, like affordable, all affordable, but doing it like partially of the community, it's through these grant programs. And so our hope was to provide a, don't let the great be the
enemy of the good.
the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Thank you.
We're sensitive to your predicament that you cannot.
So, but yeah, so I just implore you guys, because I also learned through this process that BV does not really support financially CHA or CHT. They have no consistent source of income. And I know that was turned down by Chaffey County voters.
Don't we pay them every year?
I think he means the property tax and.
Property tax. Sorry, I didn't mean.
Yeah, the voters have.
And they turned that down. And so finding, I agree, finding a 60% or 80% AMI solution is great, but there's no funding for it. And
by the way, we tried to, because there's 2 units, right? We needed one number for both units. It didn't matter if one was much lower and one was a little bit higher. We tried 80% AMI and 120% AMI. So one unit was 80%, the other one was 20. We get the same number, works out, town gets an 80% AMI. What happens is that CHA is not able to get that grant at 120% AMI. So that killed that spread. So it's
and just I've developed in a number of inclusionary zoning locations such as Salida. I've not personally developed in Salida, but oftentimes for sale product is at 100% or 120% AMI, as opposed to for rent product, which is typically 80% to 100%. And that's for a number of reasons, but the AMI threshold for sale product is typically higher. Just throwing that up there.
And I want to be clear, at least for me, you're doing your job.
Absolutely.
We are talking more, I think, about the philosophical problem we're having in town where you're right. We don't have a funding mechanism for affordable housing. We haven't wanted to raise the minimum wage. So we're really asking for-profit developers to carry the burden of a public problem that we haven't found a solution to. So we're getting a little bit off topic, but I hear what you're saying.
We tried. I mean,
and the effort is appreciated.
Yeah.
I just want to speak as a BV stakeholder, not as someone presenting. I feel for BV, and I'd like to see workforce housing, and I'd like to see affordable housing and all these things. I don't think people fully appreciate and understand the cost of building these things right now.
And the risk.
Yeah, quite frankly, the risk. I mean, this project is extraordinarily risky for Andy and I. We're not, some big name developer. This is
personally guaranteed.
This could have been very bad for us. So this wasn't like us, coming in and cashing out per se. So this, I respect everyone here, and it seems like the vote is no, which is fine. But I want the sentiment to maybe change, and there are a lot of people who are market rate, who are trying to do good things for this town, and it's very difficult to do with the costs, and quite frankly, the uncertainties that go along. I mean, we're talking 2 years of construction schedule. I don't know if you guys seen commodities recently, but one day they're up, one day they're down. Very scary stuff. So, I care deeply about this town, and I want to see it succeed too. So that's fair enough, guys. Fair enough.
What does it look like with a no vote today?
We have a backup development plan, which quite likely will just be 4 single-family homes, which will be priced in the $1.1 to $1.2 million range, which is what it costs to build.
Yeah, we're building 4 houses right now. They're costing us $1 million to build. Our interest, our construction interest on each house alone is $50,000. Whereas in 2018, when I built my first house, it was 9. Like everything's exploded. You know, our construction interest rate is 8.5%. So it's not an easy realm to be in and provide the things that everybody wants. You know,
It's an unsolvable problem, and I don't think we'll get to it on this agenda item.
I mean, does that change people's perspective on the fee in lieu if it goes from some number of condos to 4 second homes in the $1 million something range?
In my brain, they're all unattainable for our local residents that need it the most. And so it's hard to say which is better, right?
A lot less traffic.
Right, 4 homes would be a lot less traffic and they would all have guaranteed parking, right?
Mhm.
So in my brain.
Driven anywhere near the school during pickup or drop off has experienced that. You're like, oh no, I'm here at the wrong time.
Oh no, turn around. Right. Go the other way, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, from the public comment tonight of people concerned, and I'm sure if we asked more people, there would be more concerns as well. What sort of direction are you looking? Are you looking for a vote, or do you kind of have an idea, or?
Well, we have it on there as a possible vote. But I think if we did a vote, we'd probably vote no.
Yeah. Do you need would you prefer us to make a vote to make it official, or?
I think that helps.
All right, well, I'm gonna, with the intention of voting no, and for clarification from a previous one, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Move to approve.
I'm gonna move to approve resolution number 28.
Second.
Okay, so we have Rowe and Rosenauer.
Do a roll call vote.
So your motion is to approve.
The resolution.
Yeah.
Wait.
And we vote no.
This is
Got it, thank you. We vote no, that's what we did last time.
Yes, approve.
So you.
No,
vote
to not.
Got it, so.
Because we
thank you.
previously have
Thank
voted
you.
to
It got
to
confusing.
not approve, and then it
Right.
gets confusing.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful, yeah.
So if I say nay, I'm not approving.
Correct.
Right.
All right.
Technicality.
Do we do roll call?
Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Heik?
Nay.
Trustee Rice?
No.
Trustee Rosenauer?
No.
Trustee Rowe?
No.
Trustee Stern?
Yes.
Trustee Swisher?
No.
Thank you for your time.
So we ended up, what, 4-2?
5-1.
5-1.
5-1.
All right.
Thank you all. Sorry you had to wait all evening.
All right, what we got now?
Okay, we can, I think we could approve the development and infrastructure manual quickly, or should we put it off?
I think that's up to you all. You had the packet, both the manual and then the code that goes along with it. So I don't know what the trustees are thinking. If it is gonna be a while, or if you guys are tired, those are two topics that easily could be opened as a public hearing and continue to date certain. If you'd like, or we can muscle through it. It's up to you.
I'd say we keep going, considering
All right.
we've already discussed it previously,
Okay,
unless any other trustees have a.
okay, I'd
I'd
like
rather
to
get everything done.
open the
I
public
would
hearing.
like to take a break.
Yeah.
My sugar level's going low. I want a break, give it a chance to work and.
Yeah, that's.
And
Good night, Paul.
go take some medicine and,
Yeah, catch up.
5-minute break.
Yeah, 5
please.
I couldn't sit any longer.
I know, my hip is starting to go.
This is nothing, guys.
Okay, we're back in our meeting. It is 9:38 PM and we are on item F, public hearing, development and infrastructure manual adoption. So the question is, should the Board of Trustees approve the adoption of resolution number 29, series 2025? A resolution of the Board of Trustees for the town of Buena Vista, Colorado, adopting the development and infrastructure manual. I'd like to open that public hearing. And Joel, are you on board here?
Yeah. So so you all remember on March 11th, we had a presentation that a number of staff kind of teamed up and provided, introducing the development and infrastructure manual. Again, this is a manual that came on the heels of the Unified Development Code. We started working on it way back 2019, and we're at this place to complete it. The manual has been online since that meeting, and on the town website, MyBV, for review and comment. We did find a couple little things to change in there. Alley lane, alley width, et cetera. So some real minor things from staff, and then Planning and Zoning Commission, they looked at it April 2nd. And one of ACA employees is on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so he gave us some really good feedback on some very technical things. So we changed some of that around. No other comments from the public were received. So tonight is visiting that manual, if there's any desired changes, et cetera, but really the intent would be to adopt that manual so we can integrate it within our code, which is the next item to consider as a public hearing. So that is basically it. If there are questions to clarify things, I'm here, and other staff are here to entertain those questions. And it is a public hearing. This is not changing the municipal code, but we did feel like it was appropriate to have a hearing. If there are people in the public that want to discuss anything. So.
And there may be changes that come up periodically to items in the manual.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it's meant to be a living document. Does anyone have any comments? Or would someone like to make a motion towards its adoption?
We've had the public comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no public. Is there anybody online?
No one has raised their hands.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm gonna close public comment then.
I move we adopt resolution number 29.
I'll second.
So we have Rice and Hike. All in favor?
Aye.
Mika, did you vote?
Yep, aye.
Okay. Is anyone opposed? All right, that motion passes and that hearing is closed. Then we'll open another public hearing for changes to the municipal code to include the development and infrastructure manual. So this has to do with what Joel was just saying about that the code sections will be changed to be the same as the manual.
Yes.
Okay, Joel, do you have anything further to say?
I do have slides just to kind of walk through the proposed changes you see in the memo, which starts on page 345. Note a lot of the length of the packet was the manual.
But at least it was 6-point font.
Thanks, Joel.
That's right. It scared me until I was like, oh, it's the manual.
And so there's a lot of changes before you. This is in total, there are 89 sections of code that we've revised in chapters 11, 13, 16, and 18. We've deleted multiple sections. There are 2 articles in chapter 11 and 21. Some sections in chapters 13, 16, 18, and the entirety of chapter 17. So this is, the proposed code amendments really are intended to sync up the efforts, the code and the manual, and so they remove conflicts, and remove some of the technical details that really shouldn't belong within the municipal code because they're so technical and the industry is evolving and we can modify the manual. We're not proposing any substantive changes to process, the public process for minor subdivision, a site plan, et cetera. Those are all still intact. And so it's really just technical in nature. And a lot of that is Public Works and Engineering are requesting some of these changes that are in the manual that maybe are outdated, et cetera, from the code. So we'll go through the next slide, please. So again, we're trying to integrate the Development Infrastructure Manual. This was a project, it's been on the books a long time. And again, part of this was to entirely remove Chapter 17, hence its removal. And there's references within the manual. We've been working with the code for a long time, and it's like, please refer to the administrative handbook. Well, there isn't one. Please refer to the development handbook. So there's multiple names for these things that do not exist. And so that's the manual. So we made a lot of those changes.
Is chapter 18 becoming chapter 17? Because you're deleting chapter 17.
Yeah.
17 is just not used.
It could just be not used. Reserves.
So it's like the 13th floor in a.
I think it's 13th floor. But that's
like a skyscraper.
That's common in some of our state regulations where we reserve the right to fill in some of these sections. So it's not uncommon.
Yeah. And we have plenty of sections within the code that just says reserved or
reserved because we don't want to reformat everything beyond this.
Yeah. So again, so the purpose of this, again, the manual is providing a lot more detail on development processes and review what to include in an application, the civil sets, et cetera. It gives spec sheets so that a developer can take those spec sheets and just photocopy them and use them without having to pay engineers to come up with some sort of thing that maybe we'll be okay with, but maybe we won't, right? And we have to review. So it's going to save a lot of time and money for the developer as well as for town. So next, please. So chapter 11, it's about street grades, access and excavation of trees. Most of the sections, many sections are no longer needed in the code, the ones that are being pulled out because they're technical. And then there's language to specify the development infrastructure manual instead of, just to refer to the manual integrated. Next, please. In chapter 13, this is about water distribution, extension of mains, looking at the town system, water fees and changes, fines, enforcement, service lines, water meter installations. These are all technical in nature. They refer to the manual now. There are some changes like clarifying, putting quality in instead of purity. There's reference to the fee schedule where in many places there wasn't. So adding details to processes, installation and inspection, which is a whole within the code as well. And we pulled some sections because they're now covered in the manual. They don't need to be in the code. Next, please. 16 has some additional changes. This is, street parking, landscaping, screening, fencing, et cetera. Again, to align the code to the manual or integrating with the manual. There's some definitions that we added. Again, language to specify the development infrastructure manual. And again, the code changes preserve the public process for people. Next, please. Chapter 17, we pulled. There are some portions of chapter 17 that are moved to other sections of the code, in chapter 16 and 18, for example. And there's some parts about, like, what do you put on a plat? Where we need flexibility to be able to change some of that language depending on the circumstances, the actual language of the code. And we pulled that out of the code, and that's going to be in an appendix. So I'm doing some checklists. And next, the 18 is just about a little change about multifamily review standards. So, and then there's one kind of more substance. Well, it's an additional code revision, which is not specific to the development and review manual. This is something that we had discussed with the Board of Trustees, and how do you change the UDC? Because right now, if we wanted to, there are two periods, and we wanted to remove one of those periods next to each other, we had to go through 2 public hearings in order to do that. And so this adds language saying that if we need to, if it's a not substantive and we need to clarify grammatical or typographic errors in the UDC, the town administrator can do that. So, and the town administrator can't just do that in a vacuum. He or she would have to present that to the board, inform y'all in a quarterly report of some sort. So this evening, after public comment, which we had, any other clarifying questions, we would ask for a motion to approve with the amendments, or deny the proposed ordinance. That's all. And you can continue to take certain if you like.
Well, I'd like to know if there's any public comment. And is there any online?
No.
Okay,
Phone is ringing off the hook.
since we have no public comment, I'll close public comment. And I'll close the public hearing. And then do we have a motion to approve this?
Any questions?
I have just a couple questions that probably way into the weeds on some of this stuff that probably is not germane to us. Let's just approve it and get on with it. But one, section 16.402, access and circulation. I don't know whether it belongs there. It's just a kind of a question for you guys. Do we have any code requirements for like dumpster access, screening, and wildlife prevention?
Under nuisances.
But nothing that would keep deer out of licking drainage out of a dumpster?
I think it comes into the part of nuisance in the code. There is code language around, you can't let your trash get knocked over.
And so, and it requires certain access to a dumpster. So this came up with our last discussion with that site plan. The trash area looked like space for my trash can, not 14 units. And so you're gonna need a dumpster, and you're gonna have to get a trash truck in there to get that dumpster out. That level of detail is not germane to our board. But I was just wondering, like, well, is that a fatal, that's a fatal flaw in their design, because you need a dumpster, you can't get a trash truck in there. But our code requires, so had that design come back through, that would have been a question on review. You need more than one trash can. How are you gonna get a trash truck in there?
Yes.
Okay. Second, there was one more. Do we have any provision? So we talk about landscape plans required. I know this will come forward at some point when we kind of wrap up the water conservation plan. Is there a mechanism in there for potentially having, if we have a water conservation coordinator, to review a landscape and irrigation plan and water demands? Or is that something that would have to be added later? That's my question clear.
I think you could, we do send out any plan to various referral agencies and people and staff as well.
Okay.
And so that depending on, we don't send every plan out to everybody, but there are people we do send things out to. And so that would easily be someone that we could.
Okay, so when we do have a big development with a big landscape plan, and at that day, we do have someone who is tasked with being water conservation coordinator who would have the expertise, as Sean has mentioned many times, like, hey, you can't put a bunch of grass on top of sand, you need some organic matter. Like that would be that person's review. Okay. And then just, I think this is my last 5.47E on page 374. the very middle, the big middle bracket, or the big middle, where we're changing the word from final to preliminary. So the developer shall maintain all development improvements and infrastructure until preliminary acceptance. Just curious why is the town taking over responsibility after preliminary? Like who's responsible in the interim between the preliminary and final?
Good point.
Yeah.
I think the preliminary is, sets up that 2-year warranty period.
It's not gonna address that.
Right, so.
Okay, final acceptance is, warranty period's over.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Is that right, Sean?
Yep. So at preliminary, the developer is turning all the improvements over. Town, please take care of it during my warranty period. If anything fails due to my quality of workmanship, I'll come fix it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think what came up with that was we just need to have, I mean, yeah, warranty period, yeah, we're happy to plow the streets, right? People living there, let's provide our services. Yeah, you get a sinkhole in there because compaction or bad testing or yeah, something was to fail, you know. The big thing that I was seeing was I wasn't getting as-bills in that time period, you know, and so we were like, so we're chasing as-bills for 2 years, and that got, you know, it's just like.
Okay, so you're gonna hold up preliminary. We're not starting a warranty period until we get an as-bill.
Yeah, right. Okay. That makes good sense.
You guys, mind if I jump in for a second?
Yeah, please.
I haven't looked at every one of these, but you know, our public improvement agreement basically doesn't have the town accepting ownership of public improvements until final acceptance. And that's, there's a warranty period in there. We preliminary accept it, but we don't actually take ownership. And then they have this warranty period where basically they're covering all the fixes, but we still don't own the improvements. So I'm not sure we want to actually accept this.
Yeah, so Sean's point to the line right above it, basically you got to submit as-bills before we grant preliminary.
That's right.
Yeah, that one's clear. The next line down is the developer only is responsible for maintaining until preliminary. It's just that was.
Which would be the as-built, right?
No.
I'm looking at our public improvements agreement while we're talking here. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page because we don't actually take ownership until after we finally accept.
Until the warranty period is elapsed, we release your bond. We're happy with the sidewalks.
And then yep. So I guess. But I think with 5.4.7E, which is the one we're just talking about, it does make sense that they're maintaining them like a sidewalks until preliminary. And then even though we don't own them yet, we're still fixing. Probably depend on exactly what's going in there, right?
I don't see the problem with the original wording on 5.4.7E. Developer maintains until final acceptance, but probably more of the story.
Looks like Brian was.
The hammer's going to drop. Brian's going to tell us.
Yeah.
Oh.
Brian?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My thought is a lot of it will be addressed in the individual PIAs. It's kind of a fine line because, when you talk maintenance, you're also talking as far as snow plowing and maintaining the right of way. And during a 2-year warranty period, the town will take over that responsibility. But the ownership is what becomes final acceptance after the warranty period, after all the punch list has been addressed. But my mind, most of that's called out in individual public improvements agreements. That's just my thoughts on it.
Yeah, and Brian, I don't think like snow plowing and clearing is really what we're talking about for maintenance. I think we're talking about, there's something wrong or they need to maintain it so it's working or they need to patch it or something. So, I mean, honestly, I think we're gonna have it in the agreement. I guess I'm not sure the change makes a big difference, honestly, either way, because we're gonna address it in the agreement. I haven't had a chance to really think this one through. I know we looked at it, but I mean, I think either one's probably gonna work because we're doing most of it in the PIA.
Well, I'm sorry, I just wanted to show off and tell y'all I read.
Yeah, I mean, because I do kind of like how it used to be totally honest. I'm sorry, I know we took a look at this, but we probably just didn't catch it in this context. I kind of like having the developer obligated to maintain stuff till final acceptance, but because the warranty is covering what they're going to basically be agreeing to do during that time period. And we're holding some money back still to make sure they do it.
You said the sidewalk failed, and they say, well, you didn't maintain it. That's on you, Sean.
Yeah.
And Sean, like, I ain't been out here. What do you mean? I ain't got time to maintain this. I didn't do this.
Yeah, I mean,
I like
see here. I'm reading one more thing here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because
really good
frankly, the language in our PI says exactly the opposite of this change. It says developer shall be responsible at developer's cost to maintain all public improvements until finally accepted. So I kind of like it the way it was. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, but I think it's probably better to have it back to the way it was because it's what we've been doing.
I move we accept it with that change.
All right.
You say you move, we accept.
I think that was my last question. I'll shut up now. I move that we adopt this with that change, with that. Just please look back and make sure that I understand Sean's point about getting things delivered before we can kick off the warranty period, but making sure we're very clear with who's doing what through final acceptance. Specifically, I'd like to leave it on the developer to be responsible for as much of the stuff that he's warranting.
Second.
That's a really long motion, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's not what I.
Do we need to restate the motion?
Are you suggesting, Andrew, that it apply to 5.4 in its entirety or just 5.4E?
I think
Because it looks like all of 5.4.
5.4.7E is the rest of them make sense to me. 5.4.7E is the one where I feel like I had the question. I think Jeff and Sean understand the question. I trust you guys.
I think so too.
The as-bills coming at preliminary acceptance makes sense because they're done, they're in there.
Yes.
So they should give us the as-bills, so preliminary. They should just be the ones who have the maintenance obligation until final acceptance.
Yeah. And I think that is how the PIAs generally read.
Yep, that's what I pulled up our form PIA and that's exactly what it says.
Okay, thank you.
So is there a motion?
I think I made one.
Okay, what is it?
That's a good question. What are we supposed to be? Are we adopting ordinance? Are we approving ordinance for or adopting ordinance for?
Adopting ordinance number 4 with that 5.4.7E stricken.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Joel made it, yes. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, the motion passes.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Obviously, if y'all, this is back and forth in 90 seconds worth of review. If y'all dig back into it and find, no, that really is what we mean, just definitely trust your judgment to do it, to get them aligned.
I'm impressed with that catch.
I know.
That's my career for 25 years.
Great.
65.
Okay, Sean, get us out of here.
All right, I'll drive us home.
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to say this. I have a couple of resolutions for street improvement projects. We'll start with the resolution number 30. Thank you, Ed. And the memo is on page 405 in your packet, and the resolution is on 419 in your packet. So I'll get through these pretty quick. So I'll spend a little bit of time,
kind of, talking about, the chip seal projects and the slurry seal projects. I think if there's any question, if you don't, kind of
recognize what the two different methods are, the chip seal and the slurry seal are less intrusive. They're much cheaper
to install. They're more to help protect our
paved streets throughout town, buy us a little bit more life. And so
the streets that we had identified for the chip seal projects for chip seal were Water Street and Antero Circle, Brookdale, and the streets that we identified for slurry were
Main Street from Railroad Street to the stoplight and the two parking lots on the Railroad Street parking area. It was a couple years ago, we did the section of Main Street east of the railroad tracks and just kind of wanted to see. I wasn't really, it's the first time I've ever done it before, but it's kind of one of the
kind of recommendations for the industry. The UV light starts to break down asphalt and
sometimes the rocks start to poke through. So what the slurry and what the chip seal does is it kind of puts gives it some protection, put some,
sunscreen. Yeah,
sunscreen on it, gives it a
real thick coat of sunscreen, buys us more time, keeps the streets lasting longer. Before we do any of our chip and slurry, we always crack seal. So we always put fill in the cracks, and during the winter time they look real wide, sometimes they're not so wide, but that's the method on that. So Antero Circle is pretty. I mean, we have a few other areas, but these were really jumping on those two streets. Waters, Brookdale is pretty good shape. Same with Antero Circle. We do have some subgrade prep to do. We do have some areas where we need to get in and cut some asphalt out and do some resurfacing underneath before we do it.
But anyways, that's where we're at
within budget
on this project. So
looking for
trustees to make a motion to approve with amendments or deny for the chip seal.
So that's on number 30, resolution number 30, series 2025.
I move we approve resolution 30.
Second.
Okay, so we have Rice and Rowe. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, good. So that motion passes. Now we're on to the other pavement maintenance.
And
so this one is for asphalt installations and a little bit more intrusive to our community. So
mill and rip and repair and do it. We have a lot of budget left. I think wanting to get this kind of rolling, and there's an opportunity still for maybe possibly a couple more projects. This project's coming in well under budget. We did Marquette
not too long ago. Well,
probably about 5 or 6 years ago, and we slurry sealed it. Bought it some time.
School came in,
did their curb and gutter,
and we're coming in right now, and we're
doing the sidewalk projects. So we're looking at seeing, we're going to have some impact to the street with that. So
looking at doing
resurfacing that street from
Railroad Street to just past Mayor. There's a section of asphalt down there that you can kind of see the transition. Not getting too far ahead, just in case Homestead comes back, but that area looks to be okay. We'll see. I honestly, I wouldn't mind taking it
much closer to Surrey Street. I just kind of
want to make sure that we're not going to be digging up the street, anytime soon. This project
we're starting to think more about the strategic planning and how our water lines and maybe our sewer pipes are kind of, meeting their useful life
in areas.
This is a good area for us to be doing a project based on the utilities that are installed there. It's 1979 line.
The only services are going to the school, and they're new now,
and so not seeing any individual service lines that would need to be upgraded or repaired. That water mains ductile iron pipe installed in 1979. So I'm not. Yeah, this is a good one. I would like to say like this is phase one for that street. So, but it's, I think that we have an opportunity to do a couple more locations. If we get out in front of things, maybe Crossman becomes a project this year, and also one of our locations where we're possibly still have a chance to do some distribution system replacements, and that would be West Mill Street, block of West Mill Street. So, anyways.
Sean, maybe you mentioned, I just missed it, but isn't this the stretch where you're working on doing the sidewalk?
It is. Yeah.
And so you're getting the sidewalk done ahead of this.
Yeah.
And the sidewalk is all kind of
Yeah, we had the
seen some cost savings there probably.
Yeah, we got done with the first block and looking pretty good. I think the town's cost from say Railroad Street to Dartmouth, that first block, stretch of block, it's about $2,400 or $24,000, sorry. So right around there. So looking pretty good. So the OPCs for the engineering for that sidewalk replacement project was I think just right around $400,000. So if every block goes that well, I think we'll be doing pretty good.
Yeah, I think with that savings, you can justify another FTE.
The mic off and I can tell you how I really feel. Joking, I'm teasing.
No, I mean, that like you're self-performing a bit of that labor, and that's
yeah.
I mean, you could hire a contractor out to do it, but you guys are doing some in-house. I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, we'll get done with it, and hopefully things go as they're going right now. So I think for me, it's just I just didn't there's a lot of streets that need a lot of work, and getting the school resolved and kind of a little frustrating for me. Like break check myself on some of this stuff, making sure we're doing the things that are important. Get sidewalks at the school needed to be done.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion that we approve to adopt resolution number 31.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have Hike and Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Now we're on trustee staff interaction. The intergovernmental meeting this quarter is on April 30th. That's coming right up. Those are really interesting. If you get a chance to go, just let Ed know that you want to go. And then CML, the Colorado Municipal League, is having a spring sort of breakout session that would be for people in this general vicinity. It's in Salida on May 14th. And it's an evening program starting out at the steam plant and then.
And it costs
dinner.
$30.
I think the town pays that.
Right.
When is that?
It's the 14th of May. The town will.
Yeah, the town will pay for it, but I don't know. I feel like we already pay dues and stuff. Shouldn't they pay for it?
Yeah, then actually they might. I don't.
No, they don't.
Oh, okay. Anyway, that's all I have.
CML.
Maggie.
Oh, I want to invite you all out to K's this Saturday from 11 to 4, celebrating 70th year. So we'll be there with my whole family. Come get a free ice cream sandwich or hang out. I don't know what they have planned.
You didn't do it in the snow?
Yeah. Huh?
You didn't do it in the snow?
No.
No.
They don't do anything in the snow.
Because it was supposed to be last Saturday, right?
No.
Oh, it wasn't? Oh, they were good.
That was the One Love marathon that got postponed. But yeah, no, this one's been, we've decided that was the date. I don't know why.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
Cindy?
I think I'm good.
Okay. Chris?
Nothing tonight.
Okay. Sean? Okay. Okay. Philip?
Nothing.
Thank you for filling in.
You're very welcome.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I got a message here from Brian too. I asked him how his son was doing. He says he's doing all right. Devin?
That reminds me, does K's have public bathrooms?
I don't know. I don't work there. It's a good question though.
Because last I heard, they were instructing people to use our town bathrooms.
I don't know. I don't work there.
Huh? They didn't have
After years, right?
They used to have bathrooms in there.
They have one in there.
They have one.
There was one. Yeah.
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 Because I know when
I don't work there.
my fiance's parents went there, they were told they had to go across the park, which is hard.
That is hard.
Anyways, I just want to tell you that the Alpine Orchestra is playing this weekend. So if anyone's interested, checking that out. They're playing 7 p.m. in Leadville High School on Friday, 7 p.m. at the Steam Plant on Saturday, and 3 p.m. at the BB High School Auditorium on Sunday.
Cool.
So if you want to support your local orchestra, come check us out.
Yeah.
It's also the BV Buena thing, right?
Keeping
Beauty Buena. Yeah. Beauty Buena.
That is this Sunday.
That is this Sunday.
Yeah,
Monday
it
through-
contradicts with, so after you make it Buena, you can come see your orchestra.
Or if you're running late, you can stop in and see the Civics Bee.
Oh, yeah, the
And the
Civic Bee is at the same
Civic
time.
Bee,
Yeah.
Makes me,
Yeah.
Yeah, also on Sunday.
Oh, and Bus BB is happening.
The judge.
So like everything is
Exactly,
happening on
yeah.
Sunday.
Nothing for me tonight.
So do you have anything, Andrew?
Yeah, we have the anxious generation book discussion coming up Thursday night. There's still time to sign up. There's an option if you don't have a book. And what I heard was we have 15 people signed up. So sometimes good things come in small packages. I think it's definitely a timely and worthy subject for community discussion.
Definitely is.
Then on our parking fee and lieu issues, I think we really should look at figuring if this becomes a thing that we get some degree of public notice because the past two we've had on short order, some of the neighbors show up, I think it's just unfair for us to be in a position of making a pretty big impactful decision without a lot of community notice and input.
Yeah. Joel? Ed?
No, ma'am.
Maybe.
Tomorrow is going to be the last day that our office on Main Street is going to be open to the public. And we're going to be out by the end of the month.
Wow, where will you be? Just remote?
So officially the offices are going to be moved down to Salida and kind of consolidated with the Mountain Mail. But yeah, Hannah and I will be working remotely up here.
Wow.
How do you?
End of an era.
Is that good?
Kind of irritating, but it's
right.
It was
People when you say you might be in the paper.
I was gonna say.
it was a big building just for the three of us. And, they sold it. And yeah.
How long has that been the Shady County Times? A long time.
Yeah, since the 80s, we think.
That's not that long.
So Texaco was before that.
No.
Used to be a liquor.
It was a liquor store.
Yeah.
Liquor store. Should be, man.
Texaco's on the corner. There you go.
Cool.
All right, well,
Jeff and Brian.
Yeah.
Brian, you have anything you'd like to say? Trustee?
Yeah, no, just appreciate you guys handling it. Knew you guys could do it, but didn't want to let you have fun without me. So I didn't read 400 pages just to completely sit out of it. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. And Jeff?
No, just wanted to let you know I'm here wearing my tie.
So official.
Late at night for a tie.
Yeah, I had another meeting right before yours, so I've been a little busy tonight. So yeah, no, nothing. I'm keeping busy, but not too busy for you, so it's good.
Great, thanks.
Sure.
Okay,
Make a motion
yeah.
to end this meeting.
Yeah, I'll second that.
We have Russ number and height. Everyone, I mean, is anyone in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion passes. We are adjourned.
Good night, everyone.